Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus Robit. All right. All right. Let me turn that up. So volume, I'm going to lower this track because it's a pretty low one, which will then cause me and whoever else wants to hear music to up their thing. And then hopefully that will help other tracks as well as we play them. But I will try to remember to tell you guys when I'm changing the music out, just in case they're dramatically different. We don't blow anybody's eardrums out. All right. Let's see. Lex, when you are ready to start, let me know, and I will host you. Unless you've already started.
It is up.
Oh, you already started?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Let me host you. Let's see. All right. So, been a long week, and also not a long week at the same time. It's weird how that works. I have pretty good recollection of everything that happened last week, but I would still like to hear from one of you what the recap is for last week, and I will, in exchange, give you give you a DM inspiration, and you can ask whatever the question is of anyone else in party. It was kind of rough last week. Maybe we should do an easy question to start today's session. So let's see. I'm gonna roll. Let's see what that easy factspiration question is this week. Ooh, okay, this is pretty good. I promise I won't use it against you. What is your character's greatest fear? Deep, irrational, and why? Oh wow. Okay. So go ahead and ruminate on that. Oh no! Whoops! Don't look at that. The question was asked to you by a very spooky creature.
Oh man, I can't tell you the amount of times I've done that on Roll20 too.
Yeah. Final boss of the entire game, who's the NPC who's gonna betray you. It says, "What's up, guys?" No, damn it, Foundry. There is settings I think that you can set so that you don't talk as the character that you've selected, but like when the characters really get like nuts about role playing with each other, like the players, I'll generally just let them go for as long as I possibly can, and then just have NPCs kind of chatter in the background, sort of thing. So I do like to keep it on there just for that. But yeah, it is a possible spoiler tool, so I gotta be a little careful with it. Okay, so who would like to give us the recap for last week?
Oh boy.
All right, I'll take it. Sure.
All you.
So, last session, we began shortly as the sun was kind of beginning to set on the nicest farm in the entirety of the Vale. A very wonderful man was hosting us in his house, and we were having not so good of a time with him. We had tied him to a bedpost. He had begun to feel a kind of growing hunger in his stomach. We debated on whether or not to feed said hunger, whether it would let it out more or maybe satiate it for a time, and had begun kind of just looking out over the farm, waiting for night to fall and seeing what would come when it did. The man's hunger grew worse and worse as the hours dawned into night. We did decide, Guy decided to leave him a baked pie of sorts. And in the process of cooking said pie and finding materials for it, we uncovered a little bit of knowledge that in their pantry, next to their common meats, was, good old human rump. And it's a bit of a moral conundrum, and at least in the back of my mind, I put it to kind of, maybe it's best they don't know what all they've done. because they didn't seem to recall all they've done. We kind of talked about that a little bit more with them to kind of just make sure, how innocent are you? Like, are you truly a man possessed, or are you a man just hiding who he truly is? At least for the most part, we all came to the agreement that he is more a man possessed. The night became very dim, the new moon already low on light. A deep fog of sort of a crimson red covered the farm, severely limiting our sight, and there just began the sounds of grumbling and chatter and broken combinations of languages, just whispers on the wind, and heavy thudding. We eventually went out to the farm and began our tread north with the idea of, a strange alchemical device known as a bomb, having been pulled literally out of Guy's ass. Layla's still not exactly sure how that was created. Stuff like that is very technological make and science and a lot of craft, so just something like that coming out of nowhere. She's a little confused on that. But it was not going to hurt the plan whatsoever, so we just kind of began our kind of communal march north. We didn't get very far before the boots kind of surrounded us, and rather than large-statured men or giants, we found creatures that were little more than probably an 8 or 10-year-old in size, if that, with just heavy metal boots and bloody sickles that took glee and pain and laughter, blood dripping, and they began to assail us and surround us. And there were some initial hits that were very hard on Orion. And it just became this sort of back and forth situation of bringing people up as we moved north. The plants themselves kind of mounded together from the bones and rose from the ground. And we slowly made our way to the foot of the temple while shit just got crazier and crazier. I blacked out for probably a good 20 seconds and couldn't tell you what happened, but when I awoke, there were still these creatures surrounding us, though a few less of them, and as I went into the temple, loud, thunderous sounds, sparking kind of began to overtake, and what looked like the walking scarecrows, half moundable together, just kind of mangled masses. Well, I didn't get a really good look at them for long, because it was only a few ticks later that the bomb exploded. The temple shook, a massive kind of collapse near the statue, and the scarecrows and the plant withered into the ground. However, the booted creatures did not. We finished off the last of them, very bloody, very tired, very battered, and looked out over the farm, which was in the night sky as the mist cleared, covered, and I mean covered, almost every inch of the crops with these red mushrooms. I think it was Orion that went to talk to the farmer, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Which ended up being, a really good decision, as he was not on his best wits end, understandably so. We agreed to mostly control burn his farm and try to clear away as many of these things as we could, exhausting ourselves into the wee hours of the morning, burning through this farm as we uncovered, by just trying to get samples of these creatures to take back to town with the mushrooms. We uncovered that they were, in fact, growing creatures, like the ones we had fought the night before, and there were probably 1,000 or more of them in the soil. that at some point would slowly but surely come to life. The house burnt to the ground, and the crops withered, and he, I believe, still ended at the farm, not quite having made it back to town yet. Guards had arrived, and we were trying to explain the severity of the situation to them.
All right, yeah. I think did you touch upon Barnabas and the Scarecrows in their bloody end, which
Oh,
was not all the way the end. I think that's the only major point that was.
yeah.
Yeah.
Entering the temple, there was also some stuff. Mr. Barnabas was not up when I went to the temple. His body was racked, broken, and I didn't really even get a chance to look at him before he kind of vanished into a ring. According to Guy, he was on death's door at best, probably dead at worst, but somehow he lives, and I'm not exactly sure how or why, but he doesn't seem too different so far.
All right. Go ahead and take your point of DM inspiration. So, does anybody want to answer the question?
I'd be more than happy to, but I did last week. So.
Okay. What is your character's greatest fear? Deep, irrational, and why? Going once.
I'll take it.
Orion. If no one else wants it, I'll go for it.
Go for Orion.
All right.
It's pretty simple. Being eaten.
Well, I have bad news. I have bad news for you, my sweet boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is now really. I mean, most of his family, his kin, have usually said not to wander out into deep forest and other places of the wilds too long, or go into them too deeply without any type of security. Not entirely knowing why, but just following it anyway. But now that he's kind of been out on his own a little bit more, learning that he is of the sweet meat variety, he is trying to take as many precautions as possible to not become someone's lunch.
Damn.
Actually, no, he'd probably be more of a snack.
Yeah. So, that is a well earned and not irrational fear at all. Somebody posted this meme on the not meme channel of our server, and people were kind of weighing in on it. I did not see whatever class combination was you're obsessed with big monsters that eat players, but that's where I would be on this scale. So, yeah.
Haven't seen some of your past games. You have a similar fascination of eating your players.
Yeah. So, you may ask the same question of any NPC you have met thus far.
Oh, we're still in that early game.
Yeah, you can't pull a mythic and just start quizzing every week about the BBEGS campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've set up like a full psychological profile, like some fucking FBI criminalist or some shit like that of the BBEG using the Faxpiration system.
You know what? Let's ask town speaker Noro.
Oh, okay. Damn, that's a good one.
It was between him or Brother Durney. So
Neuro Wiston, this guy right here. Oof. So Noro is a noble by birth, but he lives in an area where nobility is honestly second to wealth, means, resources, connections, deeds, all that kind of stuff. He doesn't go on and on about his birthright and things like that, but there is a part of him that longs for the ages past, where like the Reston Empire, ruled over these lands, before it had been kind of lost to civil war and infighting and whatnot. His greatest fear is that the people of Drellin's Ferry will find him unfit to lead, because he does consider himself to be the leader of Drellin's Ferry, even though they have a council, and that without his guidance, the town will fall into ruin. He also has no children that he could have sort of groomed to take over his position, and he is a human man in his 50s, so he's starting to feel a little bit, that maybe he should have set up for his legacy. So his fear, honestly, is that the town will not survive without him, which is very, very narcissistic in a way. But that is his fear, that without his involvement, something terrible will happen to the town. Is that irrational? Maybe. But that's the situation. He believes that he was born to be a leader. He has lived his life to gain a position of leadership. Did not, lay claim to it because of his bloodline, but he's afraid of losing that, and worse, the town suffering for it. So that's his thing. All right. On that note, we head back to the town of Drellin's Ferry and get this thing started, I believe.
Hell yeah.
Right. So let's see. I like the reversal of the questions because it makes me have to think about the campaign setting a lot more than just what's like printed in the adventure. So it's nice to have them kind of thrown back at me. All right. All right, Drellin's Ferry and Drellin's Ferry. Still getting the hang of my new, well, I guess it's not new, it's been a month, UI system for folders. It's definitely compact and cleaner, but I am used to just having them all sort of like splattered across the top of my screen. Okay, so you guys return. You stayed up all night, I believe is the case, right? You fought all night. You did heavy work in the fields, essentially murdering babies. So you guys are probably pretty worn out, as one is after murdering hundreds of babies. So I am gonna need, as you kind of are staggering into the town, I'll need Constitution saves for the whole sleep deprivation thing. So it's a DC 10 Constitution save. You get a point of exhaustion if you do not make it. Guy, no stranger to long nights. Barnabas, staying up late in the lab. Layla, it was a hard night, but you still going. Orion, no problem. Jert, what's going on over there?
I can give myself once a day advantage with Intrepid. Can I use it here?
Do you have to announce it before the roll?
Let me check, actually. That's a good question.
Okay.
Well,
Otherwise, you could always succeed at a cost, if it means that much to you.
Well, no, I don't think it means that much, but let me check this thing.
Yeah, it's like you gain 4 levels of exhaustion. Ha-ha!
It says when I make a roll, I can choose to gain on that roll once you use this trait. It doesn't say when, but I guess it's when I make the roll I announce. So yeah, I'll just say
I feel like anything. Yeah, I feel like you're giving yourself a free inspiration point. So
yeah, so I'll say I can't. I get the 9.
Which is very, very A5E. A5E seems to have a lot of mechanics that basically try to remove the GM's ability to control inspiration and stuff, like, from the game. I understand why, because some DMs are abusive with inspiration. Like, did you bring pizza this week? Give me inspiration. Did you bring me my Cosmic Brownie sundae that I asked for? But not the Cosmic Brownie milkshake. Don't Google that either. Don't Google it. But yeah. All right. So you guys, you guys make it back to
10,
town,
right?
It's 10, yeah.
Okay, Claude just makes it.
Yeah, Claude had a rough night. He got thrown 60 feet into a chicken coop. So I would say that's pretty exhausting.
I think that both him and Jert were just
Jert, no shame at all in feeling exhausted off of this. No shame at all. It is totally okay. All right, let's see. Where's my simple calendar?
His normally dead gaze just kind of falters a little bit. He's half closed eyes and he's slumped over with his axe just kind of dragging along the ground behind him.
All right, good description. Let's see.
If
Simple.
Ryan notices that, he'll
Oops.
prop you up, having clawed.
All right. The there's
Awesome.
gonna be a flash as it reloads because for some reason the calendar's turned off. Feel me. I'm not sure if it got toggled off by an update or what, but I'm gonna have to restart not restart everything, but it's gonna do a quick refresh. Now you may actually get booted from this, and that will require you to log out and log back in, but we'll see how it goes.
Really
So,
appreciate Foundry making a flashbang, like just innately part of the system.
yeah. Like you're in a dark room, you got dark mode on every single thing, and then they're like, here is this big splash of white for your optical nerves. All right, cool. So over here on the left, it looks like everybody's still here. So hopefully that's the case. All right. We'll figure it out when there's some confusion and someone's like, but I go here, and everyone's like, there's nothing there. And it's, I see things. They're there. Yeah, good times. All right. So there's active combat running. Please remove them before starting the clock. You butthole. All right. I know what I'm doing after the session then. I'm going to do some calendar clock maintenance. In the meantime, I will run the clock manually. In the time that it took you to do all the work there, the sun came up, you came back to town, we're going to put it at, like, we'll say 10 a.m. All right, so it's 10 a.m. on a Monday. That pesky Gregorian calendar, it's made it all over the multiverse. It's just a real popular calendar. So, as you return to town, you have Engelbert in tow, and his lovely family are waiting for all of you at the Old Bridge Inn. Does that sound right to everyone?
Yep.
All right, cool.
Hell yeah.
So, with all, oh yeah, Old Bridge is over here. So with all that happening, you're gonna reunite him with his family first. Or are you gonna go tell the town council? You're gonna have Thanlin take care of that. Like, is Thanlin going to make the arrangements for you to meet with the town council? I think that's what he said he was gonna do.
Yeah, we spoke with the guards and Thanlin. The plan was we actually sent them on like a whole different host of tasks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're gonna have them. Hold on, let me go back up to my note here.
Yeah.
Potentially send out missives to nearby villages for like refugees when people leave this town. And then we were going to have Arthel investigate nearby farms, get a meeting with the town speaker, and then while that was being organized, we were going to go check out the graveyard. That was what we had thought about at the end of the session.
All right, Guy. Thank you for the succinct recap there. Guy, are you going to let the Engelbert and his family continue to stay in your room, or at this point do they need to get their shit together?
Oh no, Guy will let them stay in the room for the night. They have to deal with him more than he has to deal with them.
All right, so Kellen looks at all of you and says, oh, you're back. That's great. So there's a real sad family upstairs. They refused to come down for breakfast this morning. What's the situation here, Guy? They said they're with you.
Well, you know, the farm, Daisy Meadows.
Yeah.
Well, that's the family that runs the place.
Ran the place. What happened?
It's a long story. One that 10 a.m. Monday cinnamon bruees can fix. But on the other hand, these people are hungry. All
right. So, how much do you fill him in on as Engelbert rushes upstairs to get his family, coaxes them down for breakfast? They sit at a table separate from you guys, occasionally holding hands, occasionally crying over their breakfast. And you guys sit with Kellen near the bar.
He'd tell Kellen a little bit more than he'd tell anybody else, because Kellen's a little bit more down to earth, if you will.
Yeah.
And isn't going to panic.
Not going to go spouting off nonsense about the town coming to an end. Nothing like that.
Nothing like that. But more like, hey, yo, Daisy Meadows, the main source of food, is not in commission anymore. you might need to start, leaning on caravans a little bit more. There's been some more fey fuckery about, keep an eye out.
All right. Now,
We
what
did save
about
some of the
these?
farm.
What about these folk? You all right with letting them stay in your room? I mean, your room, your business. As long as you're performing a few nights a week, that's all I care about.
Well, whether I need to stay in someone else's room or back in my room, until they get back on their feet, they can have it.
Wow, you're a good man, guy. You're a good guy.
Thanks, Kellett.
All right. So what are you up to? You looking for some sneaky work in the meantime?
We got a business with the graveyard. I've been blessed by Palor, you see.
Oh, isn't the graveyard where the sparrow spears went and they got all messed up?
Yep.
All right. Well, Palor's protection. Watch over you. Evandra bring you safe travels and all that. I personally don't like to mess with the undead. Back in my day, not that I used to be an adventuring rogue or anything, undead were immune to sneak attack, if you can believe it. Made life real hard.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine there's not many vital points to hit a... that kind of makes sense.
You know what's worse than that?
Mhm.
Sir Callahan. The old
No.
druid said spiders were worse. You couldn't even hit them hard.
Yeah, well, I don't like to go on about my adventuring days, but let's just say it was a little bit rougher out there than this age of peace. But that's all right. I still respect the work you guys are doing. All right. Well, I'm going to have to reach out to some of my contacts, see what they've heard. I'm not sure if I'm ready to just pick up and leave right now. A tavern, an inn, it's the heart of a town. I can't just leave. In a way, I think I'd want to be the last one to go, in case there's people that need a safe place to hole up, grab a meal, and figure things out.
That was my thoughts, too.
It's very admirable of you, Kellen.
Yeah.
Speaking of
Also,
your-
the money. Come on now.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking
Yeah.
of which, what is this sneaky work you have?
Oh, well, let's just say that someone reached out to me based on my previous employment history and asked if I could perhaps get some, we'll call it corporate sabotage underway. There might be a couple of people in the town who are competitors for the same business, and one of them is a bit more unscrupulous than the other. I mean, I love both of them. They're both great people, but, one of them's willing to pay for a little bit of, we'll just call it harmless pranks.
Is this your mail?
His mustache twitches. You may attempt an insight check. Oh my goodness. Guy, you're instinctively your lip twitches where a mustache would be, because man, yeah, allergies today. I don't know if it's the Ormel or not.
Perhaps gender? I'm not exactly too sure.
You don't need to know the names if you're not taking the job.
Sabotage is easy. It can be done. But I would say to my fellow claws, Jert, I assume that's not high on our list of priorities.
I get it. You're building a reputation as heroes. You don't want to get mixed up in this kind of thing. It would be strictly Black Ops work, too. I disavow any knowledge of asking you to do it if you got caught.
Of course.
I think now is the best time to be undermining the businesses of a town that's potentially about to become the victim of very hard times. And so
All right.
I'm gonna pass.
He rolls his beady eyes. You can barely see it because of his heavy brow and eyebrows. But he says, fair. All right. I guess I'll have to save these guys for another occasion.
Wait,
Barnabas rolls his one eye.
We could have been like spies of old.
Yeah, we could have.
Tell you what, we still could be. How about we deal with the cemetery issue first?
Yeah, that's more pressing for sure.
and
Let's deal with the real problems. No, you're right.
It's a really good idea.
Oh yeah.
No, you're 100%
And
right.
I forgot. I was supposed to hang this up this morning. And you see him go and post a new billet on the community board, which is, obviously the quest board. Apparently Delora, who runs the stables, is looking for exotic beasts to basically try and do some monster husbandry. So she is paying for quadrupeds, ideally, or anything that would be rideable. Nothing sentient! Exclamation mark. And then she puts in parentheses, that means smart like a person.
The second that Kellen puts that up on the board, Orion jumps up and snatches it.
Oh, okay. He says, that's all right. I got another one. And he puts the other one up. You never know when a blood hunter's gonna come through town and just tear them all down. So I always keep extras.
What was the name of the person who runs the stables?
Their name is Delora. They are a dragonborn from the Southern Kingdoms.
Okay. Just writing.
I think we met them at the church yesterday.
Probably.
Yeah, I think
they're into Paylor. Culturally, of course, they're big Bahamut fans. But they are also because in this world, unlike Forgotten Realms, the Dragonborn like dragons and like dragon gods. They don't have thousands of years of enslavement history and their weird Worlds of Warcraft backstory. So.
Well, thank you, Kellen. I think we need some breakfast and to speak to this family.
Sure, I got lots of work to do. So, again, good luck, everybody. And he heads off.
Guy will let out a sigh and say, "No chance we can swindle with Claude, Orion."
He gives you a very flat look.
All right. Don't get your ears twisted. How about I cook something up, help with the kitchen, and you guys settle that family for a second before we talk to them?
Okay. It occurs to me I could have just had you guys over at the inn the whole time, but yeah. I got so deep into I got so deep in the theory of the mind. I didn't even think about it. All right. So, guy, you head off into the kitchen. You cooking. Everybody else, you're here. Now's your chance to talk without Guy around.
I think Barnabas, who's probably still shaking from last night's experience, would go to the bar and get a coffee and whiskey that's mostly whiskey.
All right. Coffee, as in most fantasy campaigns, is a little bit of a fancy pants drink. But since I don't really, track that kind of stuff too heavily, and you've done so much good for the town, Kellen brews you up a cup, no charge.
Thanks, Kellen.
Yeah.
Would you say a passive perception of 15 picks up on your jitteriness?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to hide. He's shaking. His hands are shaking as he's holding a cup and occasionally spilling.
Aw.
Orion will kind of just help you if it looks like you have any slight trouble. You won't say anything immediately, but just yeah.
That was a lot, and
yeah.
This graveyard sounds like it's going to be a lot.
Yeah, those red cap bastards hit hard.
And the statue didn't have anything to do with them. We could have walked away from there and unleashed an entire army of them on this town.
It was a good thing that we got rid of those mushrooms when we did.
I think it had something to do with them. I think they were drawn to the area by it. Just weren't
connected to it.
I think the plants were more the statue's personal defenses, if that makes sense. The creatures were more, the little creatures were more just, drawn
how many of those things could have just been planted without anyone really knowing? That's crazy.
If 3 of those things nearly took us out, can you imagine all of those mushrooms popping up as an army? This town wouldn't stand a chance.
Probably not even just this town. Just anything in this area would have just been overrun. Yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with Guy. I think this is almost becoming like a wartime situation. Who just throws an army of just creatures at a town like that?
Sasha scoots her chair over next to Layla and says, I don't understand. What do you mean there's an army? Army planted in the ground? A tree army?
At this point, a tree army wouldn't surprise me.
Like somebody cast exposition filler in.
Okay. You guys, all right. Do you spare her any of the details? Or is this like you're grooming for B team, so you drop everything to see if they can handle it?
Pretty much.
Yeah, but then we definitely need to give them the disclaimer of like, you can't say this to anyone.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
This is confidential. Does not leave this table.
Trust exercise.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Sasha looks thoughtful.
Does he truly love Layla?
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. She says, "Oh wow, that's heavy. That's a lot of news. Oh man. Gosh. And you guys what are you guys planning to do? Run away? That seems like a good idea. We could head back to Brindle. I know people there. We could get set up."
And abandon everyone in Drellin's Ferry? Not a chance.
She shrugs. She's like, "I'm not from Drellin's Ferry. I mean."
I don't think this is a problem we can run away from. If we had run away from this previous problem, it would have found us eventually.
I'm not from Drellin's Ferry either, but I'm not just gonna abandon these people.
Okay. Well, it sounds pretty scary. I mean, if you guys, as strong as you are, remember what you did to that river troll? You had a flawless victory against it. They're still talking about it.
Think of it this way. If we don't deal with this town, then we have a bunch of refugees pouring into Brindle and filling the streets. And
Where are the
people
refugees going to come from?
here.
And then the next town over.
Oh,
then-
right. Yeah.
And then
And
next
Brindle
town
already
over.
has its fair share of beggars and street rats. We don't really need more.
She looks affronted. She says, "Is there a problem with street rats?"
No,
Uh-oh.
but fighting for your food with each other's already enough of a problem, isn't it?
Well, Brindle has a
Rather-
lot of problems with Elsir Cross for sure, but I mean, it's mostly just political.
It'd be
Yeah, I
it'd be nice to not have to have kids, grabbing at stakes and threatening to poke each other's eyes out for the rotten core of an apple.
So you think
Desperation like that would be bad.
that the information you're providing, when it's provided to the council, is going to make a difference?
No.
Oh. Jeez. Okay.
Oh fuck.
Wow. She looks very thoughtful, and she stares down at her plate. At this point, Guy, what are you making in the kitchen? And also, Jert, it looks like you sleepily staggered over to Engelbert and his family. What's going on over
Yeah.
here?
That's exactly what he did.
Leaving a trail of blood.
Engelbert pulls out an extra chair for you and tells you to sit down at the table.
Awesome. Thanks, man. How do I just say in the square? Fuck it.
If you want to precise, you hold down Shift, and
Shift.
then
Oh,
yeah,
I
and then
was
like
doing
what you
Alt.
mean. Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
It's very hard to play dollies, but so satisfying.
That's so accurate.
Okay. Fuck, sorry. That really threw me off. He limps over and just nods a thank you as he sits in the chair, like wide stance, just kind of half slouched.
Yeah.
And he looks around just to check, and I'm gonna do a vibe check on the table. How are they all doing now that they're back together?
They look happy to be together and exhausted from the ordeal that they have dealt with. But with your sleepiness, beyond or your tiredness, beyond that, you don't know. They just look like a mess.
Okay. Do you mind if I sit here and join you all for a meal?
Engelberg says, of course. None of us have much of an appetite, though.
And I'll have just a drink.
Okay.
And I'll get drinks with them, like water and stuff for the kids, and then he'll just try to talk to them and try to move the conversation in a way to where he can ask about the bandits, because he doesn't assume they know, because you know, obviously not all farmers know each other, but hey,
right,
you got to start somewhere. Have you ever come across a family with that name?
The Bandits. My father knew some bandits. His family, they grew up near to each other. But have been bandits in these parts for decades, I want to say.
Jert looks a little confused. He furrows his brow and puts a hand to his chin and thinks for a minute. Decades, but okay. How far are we from Prosser?
Prosser. You taking the main road?
Probably.
All right. If you're taking the road, yeah, it's going to be quite a travel. My recommendation is to take the main road all the way to Brindle and then head southeast.
All right. And he'll just, after that, he just kind of lets it go and then enjoys the rest of the evening, trying to talk about anything other than what they've been through.
All right. Let's see. Okay. Guy, what's for brunch?
Definitely not something that people should be having for brunch, but if you've been up all night doing stuff, for sure. He's making Zavaria's famous cinnamon brulee. It's got it's beef fried with red wine and some beef stock, and add some braid ginger, cloves, grain of paradise, and let it be thick and red is the motto.
I see.
And
all right,
bringing it out for the party. Half of it, because the other half needs to be used for Kellen.
Do you just want to do the passive cooking skill, or do you actually want to roll for it?
I rolled up there.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, 14. That's good stuff. It's good stuff. All right. So everyone, a very good, above average brunch is served. It sounds a little heavy, but it is 11:30 in the afternoon or in the morning at this point. So you're basically lunchtime. Let's see. The familiar sight of man and boy comes walking in the front door. They go to their customary table for lunch and sit down. The boy looks around, and the dad says, you won't be seeing no naked ladies today. Now, what do you want for lunch? And so they, slice of life. What is the plan then? That it's almost noon. You guys have food. You guys are beat up, and one of you has exhaustion. Do you take the day to rest, or bam, head north to check out the graveyard?
That is a good question. What is the
maybe?
Oh man.
Well,
how's everyone look on resources?
Not great.
So, it's just kind of out of character hearing a little bit. The Hound Guards are setting up the meeting with the council for us, correct?
Ideally, yeah.
Okay, so we need to do that. I mean, we could go if we. I'd say, at most, activity-wise, would probably be just getting some information from some people in the town. That's probably the only other thing I could think of. I don't really think we should go do anything too crazy till tomorrow.
I agree.
Pretty new right now, right?
Tomorrow, I mean, if we take this would be our long rest.
Yeah, if we long rest right now.
Would it be smart to go to the cemetery at night?
I think we have to, because that's the only time that
Probably.
they've seen the evidence, right?
I think it's a great idea. I think it's a
Yeah.
great.
Okay, well now I'm concerned.
Well, ignoring the voice in the sky.
Oh, right.
I have one concern before we go anywhere, and
Oh, sorry. For similitude. This lady says, "I think it's a great idea," and then this guy says, "I don't know, studying magic. Maybe I should just let my gift falter." Anyways, back to your conversation. All right.
All right. So yeah, I have one concern before we leave town, which is that the family, Engelbrick and company, are all severely in debt to Eormel, from what I understand, and he is intending to collect on them. And now that there's not a farm to collect, he might, act out against them. We might want to make sure that.
And he's just like an underhanded business guy trying to take out Gosler, I think. Like,
yeah.
fuck
So
this guy. I don't like this guy at all.
Yeah, me neither. Although I'm not sure if my dad does business with him. I'll have to figure that one out. Yeah, so we should probably make sure if we're going to leave them in town, we should make sure they're safe before we go.
Oh, I did switch music to tavern music. I can definitely understand the appeal of having Foundry manage all your music, because you can build music into every scene, so it'll automatically switch and play music when you go to the scene. I'm still not convinced that it's best for your resources, though, to be running all your music through.
It is not.
Yeah. Maybe there needs to be a mod that's like, every time you load a scene, there's a big pop-up message that says, "Hey, stupid," and then it tells you all the things that you're supposed to do in that scene. So it's like, change the music, look for this journal. Yeah, look for this journal entry. Don't forget this is going to happen. Where's that mod? Where's "Hey, stupid"? Come on. Somebody get on that. All right.
Who's the name of the guy you said they're in debt to?
Eormel, who's the same person who wants us to he wants us to protect his caravan, and he's also part of this seedy subquest that is to do corporate sabotage. So
that wouldn't be bad to talk to him about the caravan thing and kind of slyly be like, "Hey, also maybe if we do this for you, you could drop their debt."
Yeah. The other thing is
the
graveyard. The graveyard is to the north, right? So we're kind of like heading up in that direction. Like the caravan's going north, the graveyard's going north, and the bandits are north.
Yeah,
the graveyard's on this side of the river. The road north is on the other side of the river.
I see.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
I was like, you crazy? Go to the graveyard and then fight some? No.
Yeah,
no thanks.
Let's do it all.
Yeah,
I just survived death, Jer. I'm invincible.
Seeing if we could...
Oh, this is dangerous.
Wow. That was the you know what? I'm invincible. As the only person that had to use their fate point in Icewind Dale, that was not Hellebor's take on it.
No.
Yeah. I played hella cautious after that.
Oh, I will be. I will be.
So if we just take... Oh, sorry.
No, let's keep going.
If we take a long rest now, that means it'd be just the end of the day. So it'd be perfect. We go talk to Eormel and then talk to the council, because they'd be done with all their daily meetings and everything.
Yeah.
And then decide where to go after that, because it's nighttime.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
I need a fat ass rest. I am.
Yeah, we're probably tired as hell. We've pulled a 24-hour,
Okay.
Yeah, we pulled an all-nighter.
That's pretty typical of our group. Like 11-hour stakeouts, all-nighters. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing too. If we sleep now, specifically if Guy sleeps now, then I don't need to worry about if I go nocturnal. We go to the cemetery. This family can sleep in my room. So
there you go.
Swap.
Oh, big brain.
Okay, so the plan is to finish your brunch, go upstairs, crash for 8 hours, and then head to the graveyard at night.
Well,
maybe after
speak
some
with the
conversations.
Yeah,
And
have a
then-
meeting with the council, then the cemetery.
All right. Okay. So walk me through it. What are we doing first then? Where am I taking you now?
Resting.
All right, everybody, gain a long rest. I'll advance the clock 8 hours.
May I active craft during that time?
If you don't need to take a long rest.
From what I understand, I don't sleep anymore.
Did you take that warlock feat?
No, I didn't. So I clearly don't fully understand the confines of active crafting. If I do it during a long rest, am I gonna have to roll for Constitution? It seemed to say that during long rests I can use active crafting.
Oh, during your because you only sleep for 6 hours, 4 hours if you're a warforged or an elf. Yeah, okay. I think that'll work then. That's fine.
And Just
because Craftsman is trying very hard to give you time to craft in the 5th Age of Magic when nobody actually uses any downtime or spends any time not constantly being on an XP treadmill to try and punch God in the face by day 30. So yeah, I follow you. Okay. Active questing. Blah 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 blah. You gain levels in this class. You can craft 1 item each day when you take a long rest. Okay, so yeah, we will assume then that because of active crafting, though, you will not be able to participate in the other activities of long resting. So you would be focused on crafting. You wouldn't be available for watch or any of that kind of stuff. Is
Fair,
that
yeah?
okay? That seems like a good. Yeah, that's a good balance. All right, cool.
And
in the same way that clerics and wizards are able to pray for new spells or prepare spells, and we just sort of wrap that up into those activities, that's the same interpretation, I believe, for active crafting.
That reminds me. I've never played a prepared caster before outside of a one-shot. When is the appropriate window of time to prepare spells near a long rest?
Generally exactly what we're doing with this active crafting. It's assumed that the wizrobe or cleric or druid is basically doing their prayers, rituals, nerd shit during the off time that they are not sleeping, essentially.
Right. But like basically like from now until like next 5 minutes I have to like switch out spells, like when's like the cutoff? Like that's just kind of like what's the acceptable range of time?
I mean, I don't know. Like,
that's fine.
No one in like all the time I've run 5e has asked that question. They have in Pathfinder because they want to like get as much use out of their first spell list as they can before they swap to the other spell list.
Of course, just do it around the long rest.
Assume that the end of the long rest is when your spells will roll over to the new setup.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's generally the easiest way to handle it.
Yeah,
because I don't really want to get into the minutia of minute by minute, hour by hour of a long rest.
Yeah, of course. I should have prepared Expeditious Retreat for that last session.
Yeah.
Anyways, but yeah, just while we're going into long rest, I would stop Jurt and I would just, kind of ask him like, hey, do you have a minute? And then like I'd take him aside and I'd start like measuring him with like a cloth measuring tape, and like I think that we need to make you some better armor. These encounters have been very dangerous and deadly, and if you're gonna be leading the charge, you're gonna need some better protection and probably some better weapons. And he's particularly interested in the axe that Jurt is carrying, because it is not a normal axe, nor is it a magical axe, but I believe it's a masterwork.
Correct. It's a masterwork. It's a masterwork heirloom axe. I got it from the person who taught me how to use it.
It's amazing.
You can look at it if you like.
He would take it and look over it very carefully, and he's like, I've only ever met one person who knows how to make these, and it's something that I'm training to learn how to do myself, and I think I'm starting to get the hang of it. And I could add some properties to this, but he looks at the short sword on your side and he says, I could turn that into a masterwork, and that way you would have 2 of them to wield, and you would get more from turning that into a masterwork than adding properties to just this one.
You can do that?
I believe I can, if you would allow me to try.
Yeah, he unbuckles the short sword from his belt pouch, or rather the belt sleeve that it's in, and then hands it over.
Yeah, so he would take it and then nod to you, and then go off to the room and go into his ring and go into his laboratory and start working on it. And when he emerges, I gotta see what. I'll send you the sword I made for you in a little bit.
Yeah.
I have it written out in a table somewhere.
Awesome, dude. Thank you.
No problem. And yeah, that'll be it. A masterwork takes an entire crafting session.
Okay. So, you guys gain the benefits of a long rest, and we'll advance the clock 8 hours. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Would it be
5, 6,
possible
7,
to
8?
get in harvesting tool training as part of the long rest?
As part of the long rest, yeah, because technically we treat every day as an opportunity to increase it. So you're basically using all of your available time to sort of study and practice and work on it. So we're doing checks, I believe, right? And once you get a certain number of checks, you got it. Is that how we've been tracking it? Question mark.
I'm not entirely sure. I think we
Okay.
for the 1 week that we were having that downtime.
Yeah,
I think
so
it was just auto.
okay, so yeah, so during downtime we'll make it auto. This is what we've done in Mythic for some of the people that have been trying to learn stuff. So harvesting kit obviously uses a ton of different stats. So you could choose, I would say, int, dex, or wisdom. Which would you prefer?
I'm going to attempt with wisdom.
Okay, so how this works with the cool mod that we have is there's a downtime tab on your character sheet. And everybody, if you're interested in your character learning a tool or language, this is or I guess even a single weapon, this would be good stuff to listen into. So on the downtime tab, you have harvesting kit already set up. If we go to edit, we're gonna go down to ability, and we're gonna set the ability score.
Wisdom.
Yeah, we'll change that to wisdom. So we're gonna set the DC. The DC technically is different based on where you're at, right? So if you're traveling through like the fucking mountains or the Underdark or a sea of lava or something like that, it's gonna be not optimal learning situation. You're in the inn. You have some time. Somebody's crafting, somebody's praying, somebody's doing druid rituals. So you're working on your kit. So the DC for this is only going to be, we'll say a 10. I'd normally say a 5, but it's going to be a 10 because you have been up all night and had a rough ass night previously. So all you do then is you would just hit the little button to roll for it, and then if you hit the little button next to harvesting kit, it should roll, and I believe there you go. And it automatically increased it. There you go. And now what we could do is, you have the DC set for a 10, and we could just leave it at that for now, and if it does need to change, we'll change it. But every time you take a long rest or a day passes, you can go ahead and hit that little button, and it'll advance. Anytime you work on it as your downtime activity, it automatically advances. You don't have to make the rolls.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. And you will, training it does cost money, but you don't have to pay that till the end.
Is it possible to? Okay, actually, no, never mind. Well, actually, no. Layla is also proficient in harvesting tools, correct?
Correct.
Would it be possible as part of this long rest? Orion was just going to kind of see if Layla was available.
Okay.
Twofold. One was to kind of pick her brains on the whole harvesting tools thing, but
Yeah,
the
yeah.
other was to actually kind of check up on her because she went down and was swallowed. So
Yeah.
she wants to make sure that she's okay.
Which we've established is the worst fate that could ever happen, according to you. So yeah, you definitely want to check and make sure. That's a cool thing, and also I think that's what we did in Mythic as well. Is if somebody else is not learning something in their downtime and they're willing to use their long rest or downtime to train you, it can go up by 2 ticks every time. So we'll put you at a 9 if Layla's willing to sort of train you. Layla, are you learning anything in your downtime?
I hadn't. It's just tonight, right?
Well, no. I mean, this shit takes a long time. Sometimes it'll take
yeah.
most of
At
the campaign.
moment, I haven't started anything yet.
Okay, so are you willing to assist Orion and give him 1 extra point towards their?
Orion, are you trained in medicine?
Unfortunately, I am not.
No, could
Oh,
be.
well.
I
You
wish I
can't be a
was.
lot of help to me, but I don't know. Layla will still give you some tips, but she's having some trouble trying to put some ointments on her back to remove the vine lashes that have like ripped open some skin that she's trying to make heal a little nicer and not scar so bad.
You need some stuff rubbed on your back. Sasha would have helped you with that. All you do is just mention it.
Do you want a massage from Claude?
You have your 500-pound lion put the ointment on.
But yeah, she'll she's much more of a practical learner than like she's definitely not the kind of like, so this tool's used for this and this tool's used for this. She'd be like, all right, go find me a rabbit and just be like, okay,
5
help me
minutes
peel off
later,
its skin
Ryan
and dissect
comes
its, yeah, it's like literally like dissect this. Make sure you don't screw it up. I'll show you how.
Yeah, I think because Orion is already versed in leatherworking's tools, and I think in the document that could be used as a substitute for skinning creatures, he's like trying to advance that knowledge that he already has into the whole harvesting tools kit. So yeah, he comes back like 5 minutes later with a rabbit, and we start doing dissection class.
Nice. All right. Any other things while we're taking this long rest? Otherwise,
actually, yeah. What was Layla's feelings on almost getting swallowed there?
Oh, I got you. You're trying to figure it out.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
he was
go for it.
trying to use both of those things together.
Layla, do you feel comfortable speaking about this publicly? Being enveloped by a shambling mound?
Oh, I mean, as said, when you would come into your room, she's literally like, because her skin's probably split open because in a couple places, because it's almost like getting lashed, right? And she's trying to like mend it back together and put ointments on it. And you kind of ask her about it, and she'll kind of rub at her face and go, "Well, it's a lot longer of a scar than I'm used to, but hopefully it'll heal better than these. It was dark and crushing, and thankfully the lights went out well. I don't know whether I would have died by being crushed or drowned, but
Well,
it's not something I'd suggest, that's for certain.
Yeah, I'd rather
Not the
do
easiest
that.
way to go.
But it's...
Hey, Orion, do me a favor. If I'm on death's door and irreparable, and I'm in pain and breaking apart, would you give me a quicker ending?
he'll give you a little bit of a sad kind of grim look, but he'll nod his head in understanding of where you're kind of coming from.
Of course, if I could be brought back from it, that's different, but if I was truly suffering on death's door, I'd do the same for you.
Well, that's at least good to know. But yeah, Claw and I will at least try and make sure that that doesn't happen to you or anyone else in our group.
I know it's morbid, but having the power to know someone you trust can make it an easier end is better than not knowing how long drowning in the pit of a vine beast will last.
That's fair.
Monsters are cruel. They don't really have a regard for life. It's not in their nature. I don't blame them for it, but it'd be nice if death was sometimes less of a painful process.
Well, you brought it up.
Thank you for your
Nature
concern,
isn't,
though.
Oh, no worries. But you brought it up yourself. Nature isn't really kind. It's always survival of the fittest out there. Both you and I know that kind of quite well.
Well, humanity can be that way too. At least out here it's more predictable. You'll know when you're going to get scratched. Alright, go get that rabbit. We should get started.
Alright. And then, yeah, then the training montage happens.
All right. So you guys finish up around. You wake up around 7:30 at night. The place is hopping, ish. Most of the locals are Apple folk. But travelers coming and going, that sort of thing. Kellen is hard at work, as he always is. His daughter has the night off and is off, no doubt, causing trouble, rabble rousing, loitering, smoking in the park, that sort of thing. So, what are you guys up to?
I will say, Guy spent an hour kind of fiddling with those boots because he got a pair from
Oh,
Redcaps.
did you see the stats for the
He
boost?
did. He did.
Okay.
So Guy was putting them on because he needs something more stable after seeing what he-
Okay.
And so he spends an hour fitting them out, kind of like stretching the boots to be longer up his legs because they're very small. And after the hour, he's also waiting to see if anybody needs his help because Guy is proficient in literally everything. So he just kind of like waits. But since nobody comes, it's perfect timing for him to do it. And I think by the end of it, what he's able to do is he's even more obnoxious to any situation he walks into. It's much like a Western cowboy boot, where it's like every step there's a click, like a with every. Hey, wears a swashbuckler hat, so he's definitely a sight now.
Okay,
But-
so these iron boots weigh 50 pounds, Guy. They weigh 50 pounds, and while moving, you have disadvantage on dexterity, but advantage on not being knocked prone or pushed.
You will. I mean, after a week, his calves are gonna look great. So,
So when the fighting gets real, you reach down for like the latches on the boots and you take them
right.
off.
Oh my God.
Right.
I got
That's
you.
right.
Okay.
That's right. And then he was
Listen,
throwing
if
Goku
your
up in here.
if your encumbrance can handle it, and that's fine with me. I made there are usable items so that if anybody wants to use them, they could use them. All right, hell yeah.
And then Guy is going to head downstairs for the last hour, and this is like whenever everyone else comes down after their talks.
Yeah.
He's trying to convince Kellen to make a Bach beer, or a Bach bear, I apologize. Which Guy is basically trying to swindle or at least talk Kellen into making or using an owlbear yolk in Bach beer so that we can all have one big toast after a long day to get us going. It's a terribly unethical drink.
Yeah. Kellen says, if I had an owlbear egg, I'd have sold it already to the stables. I'm not gonna waste this. That's so much money. Are you crazy?
But if you did,
Guy, an egg is an egg. We could use any eggs. Look, you need a lot of eggs. He kind of like pulls back like a little bit of like burlap, and you see there's lots of fucking farm fresh eggs. He's like, eggs. Just tell him it's an owlbear egg.
Sometimes I miss the Elsir cross.
Yeah, okay.
Not often, though. Not often.
That's the first time I've heard that from anybody that left Elsir Cross.
Well, knock it onto the list of things you never thought you'd hear me or anyone else say.
Oh, I'd love to chit-chat, but it's real busy tonight. Good luck with whatever you get up to, Guy.
No.
Oh, and you know what? Before you leave, you better give me a song or something.
What you thinking? Halfling, your people? What you got?
Well, Geezer's out for the night.
Oh, something slow.
I don't know. Just something to fill the silence here. I need to get one of them phoneographs or whatever that the gnomes are making, along the coastline. With that artifice, a phoneograph. It plays music all by itself. They also have a piano that'll play itself if you believe it, but price tag was way too high.
Do you have any idea how quiet those things are? They don't actually do their job. Don't worry about it. I'll handle it.
Oh, it's almost like I hired a bard to do the job. But
That's right.
Too busy adventuring.
Okay. How about the Ash Keeper?
Yeah, go for it. Whatever. All right. I'm understaffed. I'm all by myself. And he starts rushing around using his cunning action to get to tables faster.
Fine. And Guy's gonna play then the 7 screw-ups that saved the world, which is definitely not a story about Kellen in the past that he's gotten through his drunken nights.
Fair enough. All right. You put on a nice performance, as per your background / birthright as a bard, to retain your free lodging that you have given to this poor family who's lost their livelihood and home. All right. Everybody has dinner for breakfast because you're switching over to be nocturnal heroes. Everyone's well rested. The night grows deeper. What do you do?
Am I getting bad vibes from this obviously evil commoner sitting behind me?
I mean, you live in the real world. A lot of people are evil. Yeah,
I
like,
was joking around. I just
yeah,
because there's obvious and evil
yeah,
sitting right next to each other. It's so perfect.
yeah. I mean, you definitely feel that these people, if there was a child in the way and they were driving their carriage, they wouldn't slow down. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, if entitlement is evil, they're definitely evil because they definitely seem very entitled. They are making a lot of they're casting a lot of shade on tonight's meal and drinks.
All right.
I just think it's cool that someone came up from the Mummy Treasure region to join us down there.
All right, I'm gonna take you guys to the map for Drellin's Ferry.
I think we're seeing if the meeting has been set up for us.
Oh,
And if we can, we'll
okay.
likely talk to the wizard if he's also willing to talk tonight.
All right, you hear the sound of a noble steed being parked outside, and Thanlin Vanderbilt comes in. He looks concerned, but he walks up to you guys and says, "Okay, we sent word to Avarthel. We sent people to other. We sent a pair of guards down the road to begin spreading news to the other towns. We really need to get like a falconry or something set up. You know, I can send messages faster, but whatever. So the town council, Noro." Understands the importance. He's reached out to the others. They will be able to meet with you guys, but not until tomorrow evening.
Fine.
That's when they'll all be available at once.
Very well. I guess we'll handle the cemetery thing first, number one.
Mm-hmm.
What are you guys getting?
Right.
What are you guys getting up to? Cemetery? Isn't that where the sparrow spears got messed up?
Yeah, maggots, dancing skeletons. What was it, Orion? There's something about rats?
Rat tracks. Yeah, and then you
Of normal size.
Yeah.
Barnabas takes a long, nervous drag off a cigarette.
When you mentioned the rats, Thanlin says, "Didn't we take care of that problem already?"
Maybe, but I mean, this was also actually, you know what, timetable wise, while we were handling the rum gremlins, the sparrows went to the cemetery.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So it seems like it's still probably a problem.
If yesterday taught me anything, it's hard to tell when we've completely dealt with these problems.
So so generally the graveyard situation, people are pissed because some people have ancestors that are buried there, and they wanted to go and pay respects and things like that. But it is a long, mostly abandoned. Brother Durney, he sends people up to kind of tend to it and care to it out of respect for the dead. But they have a local cemetery that they use. That is a holdout from the old Reston Empire, essentially. So they still try to, because this is Fantasyland, and if you don't respect the dead, obviously bad things happen. So there is concern that things will get worse at the graveyard, but right now, especially after hearing the accounts of how bad it went for the Sparrow Spears, nobody is very interested in dealing with it, and they're all talking about the Johnny Amber trial, trying desperately not to think about any of the real problems that are going on in their world right now. So, yeah, it's kind of like that. Like they just keep telling the story about how you guys whooped the shit out of that troll. Like that's the biggest story in town. Anytime conversation starts to drift towards something scary or uncomfortable, they're like, "You remember when the claws when they took on that troll?" And then everybody tells the story. Now the story is very hype, very exciting. It was already a pretty cool fight to begin with, but they've taken the outrageous tale that Guy has told, and by now they're spinning it into the stuff of legend. It's getting ridiculous.
Is it one of those things where every time the story gets told, the troll gets bigger and bigger?
Oh yeah, the troll last count, the troll was 16 feet tall, which it was pretty tall to begin with, but
not too far off.
Yeah. It had 4 arms, 2 heads, and 6 stomachs, etc., etc., etc. So
Mhm.
a
We got
long,
lot
a
to
long,
go on.
a long lashing tail. There's all sorts of extra stuff being added.
Best part about having a bard in your party, you spread your story with his songs and shit, and everybody just takes it. That's so good. It's so good.
We're
Yeah.
immortal now.
Yeah.
We're
I
I
better
mean,
sing a bard.
honestly, you guys could probably just milk this for the rest of your careers. Like
Yeah.
you could just start showing up at festivals, and be like
Yeah.
troll slayers.
Yeah.
Sign
secret-
sign
the secret-
portraits.
Yeah, the secret about adventuring is it's all
My
about
goodness.
merchandising.
Yeah,
Available
yeah.
at your local birthday parties for hire.
And I'm your
We'll
guy.
reenact it for you.
Acquisitions Incorporated as a campaign, a bit of a mess. As a source book, though, there's some gems in there. There's some good ideas. It's also free right now in D&D Beyond. All right.
Guy would
I
take
have a
this
question.
opportunity. Oh, go ahead.
Just a quick meta question for you, Crash. So, my studied adversary from A5E lets me also learn a language of my target. Now, in
Ooh, okay.
previous editions of this and in Pathfinder, undead speak Necril and other languages like that. Do your undead speak a language, and can I learn it?
Unfortunately, in this campaign, in the fifth edition Magic, undead do not have their own language. If we were playing in the world of Midgard from Kobold Press, I believe there's like ghouls are basically an intelligent species of undead, and they have their own language. But in this case, you could take, if undead are your chosen enemy, you could take basically any mainstream humanoid language, because this area, the undead would be mostly from humans, halflings, gnomes, dwarves, and elves.
Okay, I think the only one I'm only missing. Actually, I have all of those, so I'll find one to add then.
Okay.
And yeah, I can change it every night, so I'll change it to undead for today.
You can change your language every night?
Yeah, my whole studied adversary changes every long rest, including my language, who I can track. Oh yeah, it's dope.
That seems so weird, but I guess it's a magical world, so shrugs. Yeah, all right. Okay. Now, if you decide to choose, say, the red caps, I would definitely go with Sylvan as the language. Because again, you were kind of picking up like half of what they were saying because of the Sylvan. Okay. Anything else, guys?
Yeah, Guy would just to get everyone hyped, slam down 6 tankards of Bach beer. Not one for Claude. Claude, I don't think wants this. And would see if anyone, as he puts yolks in each of them, wants to do a cheers and slam down one of the heartiest breakfasts at night that you'll ever have. And he's happy that Thanlin's here to do so too. Very much a
Hell yeah.
farmer's breakfast.
Oh, dude, Jarrett's super into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, big handful of bacon, mug of ale in his other hand.
All right. Yeah, everybody slams it. Depending on your preferences for such drinks, you either I don't know too many people that straight up enjoy it, but
It's not meant to be joy.
I'd be willing to roll
Yeah.
a con save to see if I can keep it down.
Oh yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Is there any sweetness to this?
Anytime you want the dice to help you tell the story, definitely throw it out there. It could be a lot of fun.
This drink has no sweetness. It is hard Bach beer and an egg yolk in it. Raw egg yolk.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, I keep it.
Mm-mm.
He actually finds it delightful.
Hell yeah.
All right, Claude just sort of knocks his off the table and then eats it off the floor.
We should get a bowl for him.
Oh yeah, Waverly would have worked better. Yeah.
So do we
No,
wanna
I
do
like it better
Yormel
when you
and
knocked it
Yeah.
over.
Yormel and the
Classic
Wizard on
cat.
the way back? Or
Probably.
do we want to see them? Yeah, I think we should just deal with the undead thing first.
And Guy will settle up, and he'll wait till we're just out the door, and he's just gonna look down at Barb and say, "Hey, buddy, what happened?
What do you mean?
I saw you. I saw your intestines."
Barnabas reaches for his stomach and like caresses a scar. Well, Guy, it's like I told you in that jail cell in back in Denovar. You gotta make sure you have an out when you get in trouble. And I'm lucky that I have someone looking out for me. But it did come at a cost. And he'll lift his eye patch, and the glass eye that previously had like an iris that was like a burning red ember is now like a charcoal gray, and it signifies like the eye no longer moves in tandem with his right eye. It's like no longer working as a functional eye, and he no longer has devil's sight.
Oh, damn.
Ah, my lady wasn't very happy with that, was she?
She did not think it was a good use of resources, but she still was kind enough to look after me.
I'm happy to hear that, and I'm sorry I couldn't be that for you.
It's okay. I know you did everything you could. I
Next
appreciate
time,
I appreciate you being there.
I'm just happy we could pick up the pieces, and that you're still with us. Speaking of still being with us, I wanted to ask this for a long time. What is the Feywild? You said that the thin veil or something? I wasn't paying entirely too much attention up until the point that we found an entire army worth of babies.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Team Nature would have their own idea of this,
Yeah.
but for my studies, that the Feywild exists in a plane very similar to ours, almost parallel, and at times of the year, or depending on lunar cycles and various factors, the veil between these worlds thins, and things can slip between them. And it seems that this is just becoming more and more frequent in this area, and it's surely the cause of what is to come.
O'Brien, Layla, you have any expertise? I mean, it sounds like Barnabas got it down pat.
Just one quick thing. Was the previous part of that conversation within earshot of everyone else?
Yeah, guy would be just to be talking.
Okay. I think Orion would have been a little grim when he was hearing Barnabas kind of retelling what happened. But yeah, then he'll kind of snap back to and then confer with Layla, since he's more of the
Layla has hung back and has hung back to try to in this very busy evening see if she can get Kellen's attention for a moment. Before they leave.
Yeah. For you guys, he will definitely make time.
So you guys can finish your conversation, then I'll ask him what I've got to ask him.
Then I see that Layla's not there, then I turn to Jerk.
Jer takes a deep breath and sets his mug down. What do you want to know about it?
Why now? What resides there? What's its motifs, Palor likes the light and humans. What's this?
Well, Feywild, at least the parts of it that I got stuck in, are places that loop endlessly, but the flora and the fauna are beyond anything you can imagine. Colors so vibrant, they assault your senses. But the creatures there, at least the ones I ran into, were nothing but mischievous to the point of being malicious and hurtful.
You've actually spent time there.
Yeah, I grew up there.
I've heard some similar stories from some of our elders in our little clan. Though not so much mischievous to the point of harm. Sometimes they're a little bit more playful. But yeah, this is the first time I've really seen anything to where they're actively trying to hurt people.
Some of them are monsters so large they devour you whole. I suppose it depends on what part of it you end up on.
Sometimes we get Fey in the city, in Brindle. And yeah, they're always causing problems. A lot of malicious pranks, a lot of sabotage, a lot of anarchy. But they generally get run out of town pretty quick, or worse. And she runs a finger across her throat.
Any into law?
I mean, the closeness to the Witchwood, yeah, you're definitely gonna have them sneaking in and causing problems. But there are things that you could do to mess with them. Maybe it's folktale, I don't know. But I've heard that different Fae all have different like weird eccentricities, like things that just drive them crazy.
Like hefty boots and big caps?
I've never heard of those guys before, but a good example, I guess, is there's this one kind of Fae. I think it's called like a Bogart, a Boggle, something like that. Um, they they basically are the boogeyman that you see under the bed. They love like tormenting children, bringing them bad dreams, scaring them. They basically use the tears for the children to make more creatures. But something that they can't stand is boring grown-up stuff. So yeah, so allegedly, if you make a good history check around them, it'll poison them.
Jert looks at her with his dry and dead eyes and just kind of nods knowingly.
Well, we heard the other yesterday. Wait, no, yeah, yesterday. Moreland was talking about that ironwood being a weakness to Fae.
Oh yeah, are you guys gonna go after that stuff?
Oof.
I think that's still a little bit of a touchy topic for right now.
It's on the back of the to-do list. But if you were...
I actually just deleted it. I was cleaning up my quest line.
If, Jared, you spent time there, you have more activities than the rest of us. Though I must ask, for the purposes of storytelling and my own curiosity, were you a hunter or the prey in your little adventure?
A little bit of both, but mostly the latter. But I was lucky enough to end up back here.
It seems like you've always been the hunter as soon as you've been here, so I'm happy to have you.
Thank you. I had to adapt some skills while there, and they seem to serve me well here. It's a little bit safer, but still it has its own dangers.
Great. And your skills serve me well.
And
Cheers
yours
to
are.
that.
Yeah, and he cheers you.
Orion, Claude turns to you during this conversation and says, the Feywild is a dangerous place. Man has no dominion there. The beasts and the creatures of the Feywild make their own rules. You must be careful, little one. It will be hard to protect you if we ever journey there. And he boops you with his snoot.
He'll have a small like gulp, but then he'll kind of like steel himself and be like, well, you haven't let me down so far, so I think if we do end up going there, I think we got it.
All right.
Bring plenty of iron and gunpowder and we'll be fine.
Yeah.
I think Layla's on her way back. Guess we gotta get this done.
Layla, what was your, did you have any, the questions for...
So, she pulls him aside just for a few moments, and she's like, I know you're busy. It won't take very long. And she'll just kind of give him a look that's like I know how you get you, buddy. It's all right, man. And she's just kind of like, I need you to. What we're talking about, the gods are talking about spreading the word, trying to get other places ready just in case something does happen, right? Maybe you could, next time you send the materials to Brindle, slip in a couple letters for me to some people there, and we could get some word going on the street.
You want me to mail something for you? There are mail carriers that ride messages. Do you
Yeah, but
you want me to do it though?
I need you to do it. Yes.
All right.
Yes. Just put it in with your shipments or something.
Sure. I'm very busy tonight. Do you have them right now, or do you need to get them together? All right,
And she will literally just hand him a letter.
hand them over. You hear the
It's already
Animal
bundled.
Crossing, yeah, you hear the Animal Crossing inventory sound of tucking the items away.
So I'm just sending some letters to my completely scrupulous legal friends in Brindle
Okay, fair enough.
to kind of let them know what's going on.
And you could message me at Discord what information that is, so I could
Sure.
I could have. Okay.
I'll just get it by
Alright.
to you by next session.
All right, and then you return to the table with the others.
Yeah.
All right. What's now?
Packing up and heading out, I think, to the cemetery.
All right, yeah. All right, you head
Yeah.
out 8 p.m. You head to the cemetery north of town. You do have a ranger with you. So the trek overland is not as unpleasant as it could be. Even in the dark, you are able to suss out uneven terrain and other annoyances. And you eventually reach the edge of the Witchwood where the cemetery is located. Altogether, this 3-hour trip only took 90 minutes, thanks to your ranger.
Hey.
Hey.
On our path, I would prefer to only do it to one of you. Leo would mention that she has prepared a spell to give someone like the eyes of an owl to be able to see in the dark today. She figured we might need it today if someone would like dark vision.
Sure, nods. Please, that way I don't have to hold the torch in the other hand. Or use. Or, I guess
well,
one of you cast a
for the
light. But...
For the next 8 hours, you have 60 feet of dark vision.
Oh, hell yeah.
She will give you the eyes of an owl.
He looks at you with his newly night vision eyes and says, thank you, Layla. This will help immensely. And he's, now he can dual wield, finally. Yeah. We don't have to have light now, right?
I think Barnabas can't see.
Oh, right. Damn
All
it.
right. There is a sliver of a moon. There's a sliver of a moon. So the darkness level will only be at 0.85 on this map.
Okay.
Guy
So you
will.
should still be able to see, but maybe not all that well.
Does Sasha want to come? That's a no.
Is
Got
her
it.
contract ready?
No, she is not. You guys are not level 5, so you don't have a B team. Sasha will. Maybe Sasha should come to see if they feel like adventuring is the right move.
Put her off screen so she can just watch us do our thing.
Oh, that's not how that works. But
Okay, well,
yeah. I mean, but she'll come if you want.
What do you guys think?
This
I wouldn't stop her, but I wouldn't ask her.
guy would say, well, if we're going to bring a tag along, someone to cheer us on from a distance, perhaps it's not the one where there's maggots that crawl into you and turn you into other things. We might find ourselves an extra enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, say that with Sasha in earshot.
Yeah.
See if she does it.
Well, yeah. When you mention that, she does come up with an excuse. She says, I'm gonna actually look into Eormel rumors since you guys seem very curious about that. So that's what I'll be working on. So have a great time.
Thanks, Sasha.
Yeah, I got this thing.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like getting her kit together to go, and then you say very loudly, but like you don't want her to hear, like, well, I mean the worms, blah blah blah, and then she's just like stops packing the bag. Yeah. All right.
At the end of the long rest, Barnabas would pop out of his ring with Jert's new sword, which is like this blade that like folds in on itself so it can be concealable, but also it like will fold into a curve so it can be thrown like a boomerang.
Ooh, that sounds dope.
Hell yeah. He takes the sword and looks it over, starts messing with the joints in the blade and the hilt.
Yeah, there's like buttons on
Barnabas,
it that will make it extend and retract.
Thank you.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
And now
dude.
it's +1 to attacks.
Yeah, I already made the macro and everything.
Yeah. This is the campaign for you guys to live out your weird weapon and armor fantasies, because we do have a craftsman. So, yeah, he could do banana shit to your gear. So,
Oh yeah, speaking of which, it also does bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
if there was ever
that's
ever
perfect.
if there was ever a campaign that I wish I was playing a rogue in, it is this one, because I would be like, listen, I want to be a rogue that could sneak attack with a two-handed sword, and Barnes would be like, I got you.
Yeah,
I
snaps
got you.
fingers, done.
Yeah. It's so stupid. It's
So
absolutely if this campaign wasn't intrinsically like stupid hard meat grinder, I would be concerned. But honestly, it's so cool to see some of the stuff that the craftsman's gonna cook up for you guys. So I am pretty excited about it.
Yeah, and nothing really gets too overpowered if you don't have
Yeah.
exotic proficiency.
Right. But the craftsman is definitely the gateway drug to easily min-max breaking your game. So definitely
Rogue barbarian.
a warning to any DMs out there who are like, damn, this sounds great. I'm grabbing Vault Aspire. Everything in Vault Aspire. You need to read it and make sure that you're okay with it. And you also need to tell your players that it's all playtest content, because some of the combos that people have cooked up using Valda stuff combined with non-Valda stuff is bananas. So, anyways,
Well, if we're gonna win the meat grinder, we may need all advantages.
oh
Yeah.
sure, absolutely.
Really quickly, Guy
Mhm.
would. Well, I would bring up out of game, but Guy would bring up. We have 3 rumbling teeth. We have a rumbling bladder. Or sorry, not rumbling. I
No.
apologize.
Yeah,
Red
right.
cap teeth. Do we want to sell those to Jarrett before we go?
Well, let's figure out what they're used for. They might have some kind of an intrinsic value.
We were gonna stop by
alright.
Yormel when we get back. We could do that all together, because I mean,
Sounds good. No works.
we could. What if we get stuff here? We might as well bring that with us too.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right, I'll bring you guys over to the graveyard. This lovely graveyard by Afternoon Maps.
Oh man.
Guy is going to copy. No,
Oh, sorry. It is late at night, so this would already be happening when you get there.
Shit.
So
Oh man, they
let's see.
started the rave without us.
Listen, you got a noise complaint? We're the cops. Oh my fucking god.
What?
Oh.
What do you
Right.
see with your evil eye? Oh.
So there are zombies, and they are dancing. We would play. There is a song that they might be dancing to, but we don't want Lex's stream to get taken down. So
Oh my
yeah.
goodness.
But they're dancing and having a great time.
The Nomster Nash.
Oh sure. That's the one. Yeah. The one with the dancing zombies in it. That one. Yeah.
Guy looks over with his owl eyes that he totally
Mhm.
used on himself, and he is
Okay.
going. It's powerful magic that he has, and he is going to see how good are they at dancing.
Say
Okay.
it's thrilling.
So if you need to adjust vision, I have not settled on a good vision macro yet. So simply just double right click and go to
Yeah, I got it.
vision on your tablet. Yeah, and you can turn on. Dark vision is of course the dim light. How good is their dancing? I'll be honest. It ain't great. I'm gonna say that it goes off of their probably off of their dexterity, because that's going to be a big struggle for zombies. Let's see how it pans out. Holy shit, they got a nat 20.
So it really is Thriller.
Yeah, the dance is really fucking good, guy. Like, holy shit. I mean, sometimes a piece falls off here or there, but mostly they've got it.
Is
They
there a
are.
lead zombie leading the group?
Yeah, that one in the red jacket.
Ooh. There does not seem to be one that is any more in control of the situation than the other. But they do kind of, they're kind of moving around a bit as they do it. Sometimes they're like backflipping over tombstones. One of them picks this one up, spins it around, and sets it back down. Yeah. A lot of
Well, I
this.
think our
These
job
guys
here
are
is
doing
done.
like a side shuffle.
Simultaneous spin and clap.
Yeah.
Do you think if we join them and dance our way onto the graveyard, we could find out more without getting attacked?
I'm not very good at dancing. But I would try.
Luckily, I think I'm better enough for all of you, for me to just captivate all of them. Looks like they're almost as good as my average. It's impressive, really.
I mean, they are zombies. I wonder how they're doing this.
Fey trickery is my guess. Maybe you should take a look around the outskirts here. Maybe there's a domain?
I'll go look, and I'm gonna make like.
Up as it is, it's a little cute. In a fucked up way.
I'm gonna roll a advantage survival check.
Oh, wait.
I can.
What was I thinking? They've got this covered. Of course, the internet provides. Hold on.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
I don't know if you have to turn it up or not. Might be coming in a little low. Okay.
Nice. Can I make a survival check around the outskirts to see if there's anything out of the ordinary regarding this place?
Yeah.
Okay. These are at advantage. I can't roll lower than 10.
Okay. Yeah, so as you check the area, you do find that there is a lot of bird activity. There's a lot of bird activity. A lot of ravens.
Hmm.
And the ravens all look very fat.
Oh. Let's see.
They stare down at you with their beady eyes.
All right, let's see. How much can I do with this? I'm not. No, I can only do basic stuff. So when I see the ravens, I'm gonna look over at the group and kind of like nod over at Orion. Orion, do you think you could talk to them? I can only communicate basic things, but you seem to be able to have full conversations.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And Orion will kind of walk up.
All right. You walk up, and then the ravens all stare down at you. In total, there seem to be about 8 of them. And they're all very well fed.
Hey guys.
And then one of them says, "Oi, you smell that? Oh, it smells tasty. Calling dibs on the eyes." And another one says, "Oh, you can have the eyes. I'm taking them mouse nuggets, if you know what I mean." And you can feel their hungry gaze upon your nether quarters. It's uncomfortable.
Yeah, he'll put one hand over them.
Mm-hmm.
Just to establish relations. Do you know the ravens that were over by the farm, by the town?
Oh, you think all those ravens know each other? Is that how it is? And there's a lot of farms. Come on now.
The one by... bodies, scarecrows, down there.
Oh,
down
a
south.
farm with scarecrows, guys! They all kind of nudge each other with their wings. Oh, you ever heard of that? A farm with scarecrows? And then they all go, caw, caw, caw.
He's just good. All right, you know what?
No, I don't know what either. I don't know this raven from Scarecrow Land, and I don't know what. Now, if you excuse us, we're trying to watch the nightly show.
Doesn't know what, but does he know his cousin who?
He'll give you a small clap for that one.
Thanks.
So what's going on here? What are you guys watching?
Oh, this has been going on for many sun cycles. And one says, "Oh, these guys, they call them weeks and days." And then the other raven says, "Oh, yeah. It's been going on for many weeks. Every night, the undead climb out of the ground, start dancing around, and they start shuffling on the branch. And they're very fat, so the branch kind of creaks ominously. And they say, best part is, when the night's over, there's just tasty worms everywhere. Gotta be careful with them. They're nasty little buggers. That's why we usually wait until the sun's coming up. Seems to really mess them up, dry them up real good. Go in and get a nice crackling worm breakfast, and then we settle in, sleep all day. No need to go hunting, no need to go gathering. We just wait for the next show. Free show every night, free dinner every morning. That's a good life. It's a good life.
Man, you guys have it real good.
One of them that looks more pious than the rest says, you know that what we have done is obscene and goes against the natural order of things. The Lady of Ravens would smite us if she knew what we have been up to. And the other 7 just go, oh, jeez, shut up. No one cares. Get out of here. And they start cawing at him and shooing him away. But the pious raven just flies to a higher branch and then looks down at them judgmentally.
Actually, Orion will call over that one in particular.
Okay.
To see if he would like to talk without the rest of the others chiming in.
All right, fair enough. So the pious raven is going to come down to you. And it says it lands nearby, away from the others, but not close enough that Claude could eat it. At least it hopes. And it says, "Yes, Mouse Warrior. What is it you need?"
Well, there was another group of these human people who came by here.
Oh, the bird people.
Yeah.
Real shame. Real shame about those bird people. I thought if anyone could stop these horrors, it would be them.
Does he know what happened to them?
Yeah, can you recall what happened to them? Where they went within the cemetery?
Oh, well, they took out their weapons and their spells, and then they just waded into the graveyard. They were blowing things up and slashing things open, and that's, of course, when the worms came out. And once the worms got onto them, they started screaming, and then one of them fell down. I think that's them over there. And I don't have a bird zombie, I'm sorry. You see that over here is what looks like a zombie, but it's a bird person zombie. I guess if it's like bird person from Rick and Morty, it would be okay. But no, it's supposed to be like an Aarakocra, so.
Right.
Yeah.
So it looks like they just came in here without any real direction, just trying to cut.
Oh no, I understand. They were trying to destroy the undead, but
they were simply outmatched.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Did it look like they were heading in a specific direction in the cemetery?
Do you hear the music that's playing?
Yeah, pretty catchy.
Yeah. Right. And you guys realize at this point that the music you hear is actually being played here at the cemetery.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're not dancing to nothing. There is music playing.
Perfect.
Where is it coming from?
We're not sure, but when the music starts, very soon after, the dead rise and begin to dance. Now, Our Lady of Ravens would have none of this. Sort of necromancy is a sin against her very complicated ethical code.
Your lady sounds pretty nice, actually. Yeah.
She is far from nice.
Nice-ish.
No, not at all.
Okay. Well, your information's been very helpful, and he will reach into his pack and will bring out a part of a sweet roll, trying to hide it from the other ravens because they were being assholes.
Okay, he is going to risk it all, and he's going to fly and grab it, and he's going to fly off with it.
Oh, hell yeah. I was going to be like, yo, give me some wing, and just like...
he can't risk it. A sweet roll is too great of a currency in the animal kingdom.
Get me fair enough.
You basically paid this man 1,000 gold for this information, so...
Let's go tell the others.
Yeah, sounds good.
So, do you need me to turn any of them friendly, or are we good to go?
Can we do that?
I mean, I can't talk to them,
What?
but
He just looks astounded.
Ravens in a group are inherently unkind.
Yes, can tell the truth. Though there
Yeah,
was...
I believe it's called they're called a murder, right? When they're all hanging out.
Ravens are called an unkindness.
Oh, okay. Even more apt. Very nice.
Well, yeah, and he gives the short of everything that was kind of discussed.
So I think we should find the source of this music.
I'd imagine it'd be obvious if we could find it. I mean, if anyone listens closely. If we need to, if this is some kind of enchantment, I might have a counter to it. If we get Harry, or we need to take out a couple of them.
Well, they also said that the sparrows went in spells ablazing, so to speak. So what if we just walked in and tried to dance with them?
That's true. Or we could sneak around to the back.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
do you?
We can
Yeah, that's-
sneak, and then if we get caught, we start dancing, and hopefully that will calm them down.
And if that does happen, let me be clear. I will take the lead on the dance.
Are you pretty certain the music's coming from the back?
We'll have
No,
to know until we get closer.
With everybody's perceptions, Layla, you are confident that the music is coming from over here.
Would it be worth, say, just 3 minutes or so, and I send something over to peek and see if anything looks different?
Sure.
What do you have in mind?
Yeah.
And she will usher them over, or I guess since the raven crows are on that side, just to the tree line over here. And then we'll use one of my uses of wild shape to conjure a. Well, I mean, fittingly enough, I guess like a crow familiar, because it's you can see it at night. So.
All right, you want a
as
crow
I'll-
or you want a crow or a raven?
Oh, sure, we'll take a raven. They're bigger and scares the crows.
Also,
All right.
Barnabas.
You see,
So I'll pull it out from the tree.
you smell him before he appears. It smells of sweet roll and piety. And this guy says, "Oh, I've been chosen. The Night Mother of Ravens sees fit to send me to your aid. If you have any more sweet rolls, I will gladly take them in payment."
I think Miss Layla has a task for you, but yeah, if you're able to do it, then I have the rest.
Oh,
of the
who are
sweet
you?
roll.
Have we ever met before? And he looks, he doesn't make eye contact with you.
No, we have not met before, little bird.
And since I can communicate with my familiar, I give it a very odd look and go, "You're contractually bound to me for the next, 4 hours, so..."
He says, "Of course, I wouldn't have taken the job if I didn't, if I wasn't aware of the responsibilities."
If you do a good job, I can get you some crackers or something.
Crackers?
Yes.
Listen, how about instead of that incense, you just burn a sweet roll? And by burn, I mean leave it, and I'll come get it and eat it.
What incense?
Don't you use incense to summon familiars?
I think wizards do that. I just...
I'm looking at
Pulled
my
you over.
I'm looking at my Arcana skill right here. Oh, you're a druid. Oh man, you can see he's got regrets already.
Layla, if he needs sweets, I can just offer him strawberry tarts. I'll make them later.
He's fine. He's going to go and investigate the
No,
graveyard
he's not.
for
He's
us.
not fine, Layla. He's not fine. He wants strawberry tarts.
From behind
Go
Layla,
over-
Orion's just opening his bag and has the rest of that
Come on.
sweet roll.
Oh, open your eyes. I want to look through them. Go check out where the music's coming from. I want to see what's over there.
You move fast, don't you? All right. So you go comatose, and now you're doing a ride along.
Yep.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, and he's just...
Let's see. Duplicate. Okay. All right. And there. And there. Oh, that's going to be a big ass raven. Hold on a sec. All right. And then I got to give you control of Pious Raven.
Oop,
All
the
right.
raven.
There we go. All right, hold on.
Sorry.
There you go.
When you have, familiars that change all the time. Alright, so Pious Raven is going to begrudgingly fly over. Fly over and come over on top of these.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess come down to the ground and I'll see what I can see.
Ooh. As you hit the ground, you hear a record scratch, and every zombie turns to look at you.
Oh, at Pious Raven.
Mm-hmm.
He's still in range. I command Pious Raven to do as Guy suggested and slowly dance as he ascends upward.
Okay, give me a performance check from the Raven.
Don't put this on me. I didn't offer this.
This fucking bird just spreads his wings and hops on his feet like.
Oof, that's real bad. That's real bad.
Oh.
Oh
Okay.
no, this boy.
You hear invisible mocking laughter. Well, it's a nice try. And the music starts back up, and the zombies all begin dancing. Oh,
While
what's
being forced to dance very, very badly,
Uh-huh.
Pious Raven looks around. What does it see?
Yeah, give me either perception, will be disadvantaged because of dim lighting, or investigation, which would also probably be at disadvantage.
Sure, from the Raven.
All right, it is so dark. It's so dark. You're not an owl. You don't have wait. I think all familiars in my games basically have a certain stat line. Oh, that's right.
That'd
That's
be
right.
pretty cool.
Yeah. Universal familiar.
Because owls are overrated.
Well, that's why. Like, between owl and flying snake, there's no reason to do anything else. So, all right, Crash Gems Universal Familiars. Oh, what a fine piece of literature. Okay. So basically, Uniform Familiar is a tiny aberration. They all have evasion. They all have quick, so they don't provoke opportunity attacks when leaving enemies' reach. They can perform the following actions each turn: help, dodge, dash, disengage, and search. As a reaction, they can deliver touch spells for you as per their contract. And when you summon a uniform familiar, you get to choose one form: amphibious, flight, scout, sentry, and companion. So you've chosen flight, so it has a flight speed of 60 feet. But that does mean that it has dark vision 60 feet. So let me turn on dark vision 60 feet for it.
Okay.
That's
I don't know if
pretty
I would
cool.
change El Perception check.
It actually would. It would go from a 5 to a 20.
Oh, that's a big
Jeez.
difference.
You are aware that there is something sitting on top of this little mausoleum. Is that a mausoleum? A crypt? I don't know. You know, a house for dead bodies. Sitting on the roof, and it is playing some music.
Huh. Oh, what is it? Can I see what it
It is
like?
it is magically invisible.
Oh. I just can like make an outline of it. Okay.
Yeah. You get the predator shimmer.
Okay. I guess. Pious Raven, I will. You can like make them disappear and reappear next to you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just have it kind of pop out and then pop back over here.
Okay. All right.
So how'd it go?
Shake my eyes, which are probably like glowing like a pale white for a while, kind of clouded up. As it appears back onto me, I will reach to my back and I will hand it some dried cranberries.
I accept this offering. Thank you.
Well,
The church accepts this offering.
Yeah.
walking on the ground indeed.
This is worth one indulgence.
Well,
That is to say, an indulgence of my patience.
just hang around in case I need you later.
All right, it perches on your shoulder.
Hey,
You
Layla.
want good news or bad news? Yes?
Oh no, give your news first.
Sure.
I'm a bad news first kind of person, personally.
Okay.
Good news first.
Y-
No, bad news is fine.
She stops
Got it.
because there's both answers, and she says, "All right, we'll just give the mixed news then. You're right. We are going to have to," as she pinches her nose, "dance our way through, because if we touch the ground, it's going to interrupt the nice song, and all of the creatures are going to get very upset."
I put the uniform familiar rules into Discord for you guys.
The good news is, we probably won't have to go through the whole graveyard. I know where we need to go, and I know where the creature is. It's on top of one of the crypts, but do you have that spell guy still? Or can
Oh, yes, you
light
did make
things
sure.
up?
You see, he starts to limber up.
Good, because it is very, very difficult to see.
Oh, I'll handle that.
A
Tell
little
you
more
what,
than a shimmer.
you
Hold
all
on, before
could...
you
Oh, go ahead.
don't cast it just yet, right? Is that like our going in plan, or is that going to be our fallback? Because this thing is playing music. It's invisible, and it's controlling undead.
Here's
Part of me
my...
thinks we should try to trick this thing, outsmart it, rather than fight it.
If we walk in there and it decides to stop the dancing once we're full in the middle of it, we could be dead.
And that's why I say we go around the side, since we know where it is.
Well, how about you go around the side while I give them a performance of their lifetime? Then I'm the only one in risk of death. And then if I get close enough, I'll light it up.
That sounds...
If you're sure you can get out.
Oh, I've got a couple of tricks up my sleeve.
I'm nervous for you, guy, but I trust you.
If there's one thing I can be confident in, it's my dancing skills. Do you have any idea how hard I embarrass the marble dancer?
I've seen the man cut a rug. He is impressive.
Would you like to take this raven with you?
I mean, I saw how bad it danced over there. I don't really want it in my general vicinity. But if it's willing to help me dance, then sure.
She will pull it off of her shoulder onto her fingers, and then just hold it over to Guy to take.
It just says the cheek. That was good dancing. I was under a lot of pressure.
It's alright. Familiar dysfunction is common. But and he'll start making his way, kind of pulling up his sleeves, cracking his neck, which sounds oddly like glass shattering. And he'll start making his way up towards the entrance.
And I guess we'll go this way?
Yeah. Before we go, I would just say to Layla, I'm having a really tough time seeing things. I don't know if this is a good idea or a bad idea, but could your bird maybe drop some of my orbs of light in the areas where they're dancing, and then I'd be able to see them more effectively?
I don't know. I mean, they noticed when it landed on the ground the second it landed.
Right. So they are aware.
Maybe prepare. You can light things up still, right, Barnabas?
Yeah.
Maybe have it ready to light up your gun or something.
Yeah. Just
If
have
you
a
need, I can...
Oh, yeah, thank you for reminding me. I'm going to hand a salve out to Orion and Layla.
If you need, I can at least create some light if things get bad, so...
Okay.
Emergency medic.
My dark vision was on loan.
All right. The music stops abruptly, and Layla, with your high passive perception, you hear, "I'm getting bored. Let's mix it up."
Guy will shout out, "Play me in!" And as this new music kicks in, he's going to cast light on himself.
Okay.
And be a spotlight.
Oh, geez. All right, let's move.
And
All
Guy
right.
is going to step into the dance.
The zombies all begin spelling out letters with their bodies.
Oh my god.
This is amazing.
Oh
Yes.
goodness, bro.
I
Is
love
there-
this.
Is one of them dressed as a police chief and one an Indian?
I mean, they would never be so racially problematic, but one of them was a barbarian in life. That's the best I could do. He's just got his grass underpants on and a rusty battle axe strapped to his back.
One looks like a guard, one looks like a barbarian, and another looks like a sailor. Where'd the hard hat come from?
I mean, Guy's got the cowboy boots now, so.
All right, Guy, give me that performance check.
All right. Do I have help from the Raven?
The Raven? It says, "Oh, you want my help now? After all that, fine." And it starts bobbing on it. It has mimicry, so
Yes.
yeah. So like a real Kenku, it repeats strings of your guys' words to speak to you. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. So it starts bobbing its body and just raises its wings in the air. It's a terrible dancer. But with its help, you go from a nervous 12 to a confident 21.
Yo! And Guy will step in, matching the music and doing a dance.
All right. You hear, Layla, the voice from right here, and it says, "Oh, that's good.
Hey, that's pretty good."
All right, these zombies come up, and they start forming a Congo line with you.
Oh,
Let's
my
go!
God. Please don't misstep, bro. Oh my God.
Yes. Bird, any fanspiration you need to use.
Yeah, no. Guy will come through. He's gonna grab onto one of them and swing them around like a dancer.
Oh,
And,
wow.
reach out. He'll probably dislodge and remove their arm on accident, but then he'll reach over and attach it to another one and then swing them around in front of him.
Okay, very nice, very nice. Yeah, so they do that for a little while. The music is very obvious to all of you, not just Layla, coming from right here.
Guy is gonna continue moving in the general direction of the music.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, as if to play to their interests, he'll do the worm, probably.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Considering they are but worms in their eyes.
Guy, can you give me a perception check?
For sure. It's not what I'm good at, but I'll do it.
Okay, everything seems fine.
Cool.
Yes.
All right. You hear some clapping. And then you hear, but what about this? And then you hear another song starting up.
All right, you got a new performance check?
Yeah.
Let's go.
So, we're just gonna try to grab.
my
We're
God.
just gonna try to grab this guy, or what? What are we doing?
All right, this one seems pretty complicated, Guy, but you do recall, once you get the cadence of it, this dance was very popular when you were a small boy. Everybody was doing it. And anytime it came on, everybody at the tavern, including your mom, would just stop what they were doing and start performing this archaic dance.
Yeah, freeze them for a second, and then he puts out his left hand, then right hand, then flips.
Yeah. Sorry, 90s kids, you're old. Just gonna put it out there.
Ouch. That really hurts.
Yeah.
Whoa.
My childhood.
Okay. You hear happy laughter from atop the crypt.
Yeah, how do we want to play this out here in the bushes?
I think we should probably try to grab him. Does anyone have a good capacity to
Well, if the
restrain him?
music stops, they'll attack, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
What if we just talk to him?
Surround him, kind of, and coerce him into
Hop up on the roof and just say like, "Hey, what's going on?" Chill out with him. Hang our feet off the edge.
Offer him some dubage.
This is a pretty cool show.
Oh, does one of us have any?
I'm a halfling, Jert.
Oh. Jert looks at you and he just nods and gives you a thumbs up.
What do you think I've been smoking all of this time?
To calm the nerves.
Actually, that's a good point. I didn't really think about that.
Also, we
Alright,
still
that's
have
cool.
that pipe.
Jert's gonna hop up and just leap onto the roof. How tall is this mausoleum?
The fence around the property is about 8 feet high.
Okay, I can jump that.
Yeah, and then the crypt itself, the highest part of the roof is only about, we'll say 12 feet.
Okay, if it's less than 20, I think I can jump it.
Can you do that with Barnabas riding you like Yoda?
I don't think you make it. How heavy are you?
Not very. I'm only
Okay.
like 35 pounds.
Are you sub 50? Yeah, I don't think we're at a problem then. You're sub 50.
Okay.
We're good.
I'm just gonna get in the backpack.
Yeah, all I
Following,
carry is my backpack, my weapons, and now you.
following
Alright.
Dirk's lead, I will just climb up the brushes, then just onto this one though.
So I'm gonna take a step back and then running
Yes,
start. I'm gonna
fine.
jump and just kind of boom land on the roof next to the dude.
Oh, geez. All right. When you land on the roof, you startle this person. The music stops and all the dancing stops.
Uh-oh.
Evening. And
What are you doing here?
oh, I'm with the dancer. He's one of our greatest performers. And Jarrett's gonna sit down and like kick his legs off the edge.
I'm gonna need a persuasion check.
Okay.
Where's the music? Come on now. And guy's gonna try to help.
All right,
Just
here we
like,
go.
looking like he's ready to go.
If I don't have advantage, I will use intrepid.
Okay. All right. The person says,
I'm here for one thing, and that's to watch people boogie down. And you're getting in the way of that. If I were to talk to you, who would play the music?
Would you like me to go join then?
I can help you produce music.
If someone else can play the music so the dancing doesn't stop, I'm willing to talk. Otherwise, you will die and join my undead legion.
I've got this. So I've got magical tinkering, and I can make 4 objects emit a sound. I think it's like
Okay.
up to 10 words, so I can get like a guy song going, but only like the chorus. But I can
Okay.
get that. I can do
What-
like a stereo
like a
situation.
recording device. that
Yeah,
you, like,
what
set shit on?
what medieval pop music do you want to have them play, or do you dare play something outside his genre?
Oh, I don't know. I think I would just pick guy's top hit.
Oh no.
Okay. That feels like you're passing the responsibility to Guy. I want to know what song you would play from pop music.
That's more pressure than I want. Let me think
Mhm.
about that. Yeah, I feel like we haven't done Monster Mash yet, so I feel like that's
Okay.
not that, but that's what's appropriate right now.
All right, let's see. I don't think I have that in medieval style. Hold on.
Let's see, where is this ability?
All right. So you have the objects begin playing the music. All right, this is going to be your spellcasting status intelligence.
Yeah.
All right, this will be a performance intelligence.
Oh, interesting. All right, give me 1 second. I've never done a change before.
Because you're trying to tune your music guys to do a good job.
It's perfect. It's only 4 parts: the clap, the bass, the drum, and the piano.
All right.
I just picture these 2 rocks like clapping together to make the claps. Okay, I mean it's all right. It's all right. He says,
Yeah, it's all right.
I'm used to just doing this
Nah.
backup music. I don't
I
usually.
mean, it's pretty cool that you got the little stones to do it. Okay, keep going.
and they all start dancing again.
And I look to him. I say, "It gets more enjoyable if you do it with this." And he lights one of his cigarettes and hands it to him.
Okay. Great performance, Guy. Nice 17 there. Nice 17. All right, he is going to appear.
What the fuck?
It seems to be a child's skull, which are very scary because they have extra teeth. Not featured in this artwork, but go ahead and Google child skull if you want to horrify yourself. The skull seems to be floating inside robes. You think that you see a fleshy, segmented neck coming out of the skull and then disappearing into the shadows of the robes. The creature does not seem to have any discernible legs or hands. You're not sure how it was making the music. It looks at you guys. It takes the cigarette, the pro-offered cigarette, and sticks it in its nose cavity. The cherry glows bright, and then smoke comes out of the eye sockets of the skull. It says,
It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Group myself. Thank you.
So, what's going on here? What? You came for the concert? I've been putting a concert on every night. Only the animals come. Except for those bird dudes, but they were very rude. started blowing everything up.
Not a way to enter a party.
That wasn't very
Yep.
nice of him.
Yeah, party foul. Party foul for sure. That's sort of a joke because he was a bird too.
Small clap.
So listen, what
think-
brings you here? Is this your new venue?
Yeah. Always looking for new talent. I was real happy to stumble upon all of these in one place. Just nobody's even using them.
I see.
Mm.
Dirk kind of looks sidelong at the group like,
That's the problem. Back where I come from, this guy is. It's hard to find a body that's not already being used or owned.
Where you come from?
Yeah, where I come from.
Dirk squints his eyes. Is that another part of town, or?
Well, the place isn't called where I come from. It's called the Shadowfell. You heard of the Shadowfell before?
Oh, geez, I don't know. Let me roll.
Yeah.
What do I need to roll for that?
That would be an Arcana.
Okay, Dirk grabs his Arcana dice.
All right. Left unattended, your musical rocks just begin playing whatever music the DM randomly grabs.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You have no idea what the Shadowfell is, according to your Arcana check.
Never been there.
Now, it's kind of like a step to the left of where we are right now.
Really?
Oh yeah, like right now in the Shadowfell, this is like super busy like courtyard in like a settlement. But here, peace and quiet. All these corpses just for me. Don't have to share with nobody. I'm very glad that I accidentally slipped through the realms.
I'm gonna roll an insight to see if he's like just actually unaware that he's not supposed to do this, and it's like just who he is, or if he's actively just being ignorant. Like, I don't have to share with anyone because fuck everybody. They're not gonna come here when there's skeletons up. Or is he actually ignorant of the customs of people?
Your understanding is that where he comes from, dead bodies are in short supply. At least unclaimed ones, and that he does not understand that there is any sort of social necessity that he is breaking.
That complicates things. Okay. Well, actually, here there are people who like to come and visit the dead.
Oh yeah, they got real scared and ran off.
Yes.
Sometimes people come during the day, and then there's no problem. I sleep during the day. I don't like the sun. And my worms don't like the sun either. You want some worms?
No, I ate before I came here. Thank you, though.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's because the dancers you have used to be part of other people's families, so that's why they come here. But if they're getting attacked or anything, that kind of makes them unhappy.
Oh.
But you only do this during the day, right?
No, at night.
Sorry, during the night.
Every night, I put on a beautiful show, and only the animals get to see. This is artistry. This is what... This is my unlife's work.
He's fucking spinning in place. Freaking out like, can I go here now? It's been 20 minutes, guys.
Yeah, it's a lot of dancing.
Guys, 2 methods of cardio.
But you people understand
Is
the
it
importance of art and performance.
Is it okay if our
wonderful performer comes up and joins us to talk to you.
Ah,
He understands art
he's a
so
good
much better
dancer.
than anyone else, though.
Sure, what's that guy's name?
That guy.
Hey, that guy! Yeah,
Yes.
leave the turkey and come on over.
All right.
Turkey?
Oh my
This
god.
guy just called me a turkey? You gonna leave me here? Guy! What are you doing?
You know
he
what to
ner-
do.
he looks around, and he's like, you're really just gonna leave me out here?
Oh, come on now. Don't let it out of your beak.
Right. He looks betrayed.
Sassed me first. The guy will dance over to here.
All right. He cries out and he says, Lady Layla, you said you were never gonna give me up, never gonna let me down. And he gets back to dancing. All right. So, Guy, as you approach, you see that there is apparently a child's skull on top of some sort of squishy flesh apparatus inside of some Final Fantasy Black Mage robes.
And who do I have the honor of meeting the generous performer to give me such a display?
Oh, well, actually, I'm known as Bone Tholomew.
Bartholomew.
Mm-hmm. It's a very unique and special name.
Guy's gonna make a history check. Is this someone who died at some point that's famous?
You can roll a history. I mean, you don't know any Bone Tholomews? That sounds like a ridiculous name. Sounds like Bartholomew, but they put bone because they thought, he's got a skull, that'd be funny. So
Yeah. All right. He'll listen. Well, you have a very generous fiddling arm. Not that you have an arm, but you have talent.
All right, give me a persuasion check.
I love that guy's still dancing as he shouts this up to the skull.
Oh yeah, he's dancing
Alright.
with these two zombies.
Guy, he doesn't take your praise very well. And he says,
Are you just trying to blow smoke up my butt? 'Cause I don't have one.
Aren't you made of smoke?
No, I'm made of worms.
You're made of worms.
Mm-hmm. You want some?
Hard pass. I ate earlier today.
Oh. You were out there on the dance floor. You probably have some worms.
I'll need to get one of Nature's Squad to check that later.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Eventually, you'll be here forever. We could dance every night.
and you hear the rattling of bones and the squishing of something inside the robes.
Really? So how long have you been here?
I don't know.
You don't know?
The moon has changed.
You're used to the moon.
Wouldn't you rather Newcast
Well,
come in?
there was
on-
no moon, and then the moon got bigger and bigger and bigger, and then the moon went away, and now the moon's coming back again.
Okay, so that's definitely at least
Mm.
a couple of weeks.
That's over a month, yeah.
Like Layla said, where's the new performers? Wouldn't you want more bodies? And I'm curious,
Oh,
where's your
not-
entourage?
Not bodies. I mean,
Oh, come on, Layla, they're cute.
people could. I mean, you could get different people if you didn't put worms in them. They might be willing to come more if you just, didn't put worms in them. You might get people come and voluntarily dance and leave, and then others might come and different people, and you'll see good dancers and bad dancers and people who can't dance at all but will try anyway.
I think that term is 2 left feet.
My talents revolve around the manipulation of the dead. I feel like the living would be too hard to manage.
They just dance on their own.
We could try, though. Open your mouth. I will fill you with worms.
All right,
Oh,
so as
really?
cute as this guy is, I think he's pretty problematic. We gotta burn him alive now.
Bartholomew, if you put away the worms for a moment, I'm curious.
Eh?
Would you like to be a backup performer in my entourage?
I'll just travel with you all the time.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
you're gonna beat the undead slug baby? Oh my god.
I could see the world and spread worms everywhere.
Perhaps if
The
we
new
leave-
BBEG right there.
I'll slowly leave behind me an entourage of worm-infested corpses reanimated to my will.
If you gave up the worms,
I
If you-
can't. I
if
didn't
you-
choose the worm life, guy. The worm life chose me.
and once you're a worm, that's all you earn, huh?
hmm This
Very
guy
well.
gets it.
Well, if you could hold them to yourself so that you can play even more and increase your talent as you make more of yourself, then perhaps something could be arranged.
I mean, worm's got a worm. I gotta get him out there, you know? Spread.
Do you?
Sure,
Or is
kinda
that just
looks
what you were
down to-
told?
That's
Oh.
just what I am.
You see a piece of the robe raise up like a little arm, and it shakes like it's a little fist, and it says,
It's what defines me.
It's not what defines you. You define you. You have a
Dance.
choice, Bartholomew.
Hmm.
all right, he's going to need a persuasion check, and it's going to be a doozy.
Use whatever
Like
resources
like
you
at the
need.
end of a Mass Effect game where you want to skip the first half of the boss fight by using diplomacy on the final boss.
I damn wish that the showman skill would work here, but we're not in combat, so.
Oh, okay. He says,
Tell me more.
You see, some people think that they need to be molded by what people say about them. Some people think that they need to act like others so they can get along, so they can fit in. You don't need to do that, Bartholomew. You can be you. Worm or not, you're a brilliant performer.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to shy away during the day. You could stay within buildings.
Oh, I do.
You
I'll be
help
destroyed
people.
during the day.
Well,
I am a creature of shadow.
if you hide in buildings,
I got lost.
I suppose. Tell you what, hand me that fiddle, Bartholomew. Let me show you what you
I
can
don't
play.
have a fiddle.
Oh,
I am the music.
you are the music. See, it was within you all along, Bartholomew.
Mm-hmm.
That's even more impressive.
That is. Imagine what you could be doing if you helped people. If you joined me and put on the most brilliant performances in front of massive crowds.
Where would I go during the day? There's no safe place. I've been sleeping in this crypt next to, I call her Grandma.
Well, as long as you stay close and inside buildings, the sun cannot touch you.
Hmm.
Tell you what,
Yeah.
how about you introduce me to Grandma? Introduce us. Perhaps we could work something out.
okay. All right. He thaumaturgies the door to the crypt open.
Bam.
And you see a laying on a slab in there is in tattered, like, clothing worn by age, is just a skeleton.
Is that your grandma?
No, not mine. I just call her Grandma. See, I just curl up right here inside her rib cage. So cozy. Best place to sleep away the day.
Well, let's all come inside. Everyone, let's come inside.
So you all go inside this little crypt together? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Claude can't go inside, but he'll be on top of it.
Yeah, let's Beyblade.
Guy is gonna look at you, Jerk, and then look at the door whenever we're all inside of it.
Yep, I just crawl up in here and I snuggle up. That's real nice. Then when I feel the hateful sun go down, I slither on out and start my performance.
Man, I really want to convince this guy to join our B team.
I
the
mean,
stuff
yeah.
that I do during daytime,
Guys,
but,
try
like,
it.
this is really hard.
What do you think, Bartholomew? Would you like to be out, seeing the world during the night?
Oh, The world's pretty scary. There's bright lights and living people everywhere. Don't you think they'll try to hurt me?
As long as you contained your worms, contained the fact that you could hurt people, you could see everything.
And you're Ray, a good performer. Like, we've been around Guy, and he gets crowds of people around him every night that he plays.
I don't know. Are you willing to take on the responsibility of my potential B-team side quest?
As long as you're performing for me and stay by my side, and you never hurt a soul.
Oof,
can
that
see the
sounds
world.
pretty hard. What if they try to hurt me first?
Well, then
That's
we will give it
different.
back to
That's self-defense.
I'd like
What
to
if a
clarify you
big
can't-
bird tries to eat me?
That's
Well,
fair.
Then it's.
I've seen a lot of big birds out in the forest over there.
Oh,
I'd
those
like to
ones are
clarify that
assholes.
No,
You
they're
can't-
really big. Bigger than you guys.
Oh,
And they say, hoot, hoot.
If you stick with me,
And there's little people riding on their back sometimes. They have long, pointy ears and very long sticks coming out above their eyeballs.
okay, never mind.
Oh no.
Long sticks.
Mhm.
Something mounted owl bear something.
Can we make any type of check to know what that can
Well,
be?
Yeah,
long
you can do
ears and-
you can do a nature check.
It's gotta
I
be
will
those Witchwood elves.
Tap my chin and think real hard.
I will
I'll
my
give you
galaxy
advantage.
brain.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they are referring to the elves of the Tiri Couture, who are renowned owl riders. The sticks are their eyebrow-like antennas that they have.
To be clear, both
I think
owls, you can't-
Layla actually like chuckles a little bit when she realizes what they're talking about. And she's just like waves it off, and she's just
Not like the elves from my homeland. Mm-mm. There not a lot of piercings, not a lot of tattoos, no black leather, no
That's-
chains.
Pretty unmetal.
It sounds
Mhm.
emo.
Yeah, they seem very, very wimpy, but I hid just in case.
Well, we would protect you from something like that.
When you're
would-
when you're a fat, tasty worm, you can't risk it.
Oh, that's why they tried. I totally didn't even think about that. He's literally just a big grub to them.
Yeah,
take my hand, Bartholomew.
I feel his sympathy.
All right. You feel a ghostly child's hand in your hand, but see nothing.
Come on, we don't need to stay in the graveyard.
Okay. Goodbye, grandmother.
And it presses its bone face against her bone forehead and makes a kissing sound. And then it hops down, and you hear a slithering sound as it slithers along the ground.
What have we done?
Here, up on my shoulder.
The
Come on.
best decision
Ugh.
ever.
Ooh, are you sure? You already have so many worms in you, guy. Eventually, they'll burrow into your heart and kill you.
Yeah, when
Can
guy
I do
gets
a med-
close, nature check.
Medicine check.
Sure, yeah. Okay. So give me a medicine check. Whoever's going to try to save Guy's life. Otherwise, we're going to be 2 fate points in a row. See how
I'm
it goes.
I'm pretty good at this. Does
Okay.
someone want to help me?
I am not proficient,
Oh
unfortunately.
man. I'm pretty good at
Oh,
it.
wait, no, that's
too.
you. That's
I
a
guess
wisdom
if,
skill. You
if
take it.
someone would tell me to try to do something,
Yeah, I'll support you in doing this.
as you're just like, I mean, what are you saying to like prompt?
I say I like point to like a wiggling movement under his skin.
Oh God. Okay. So, can I just gently pluck the little skull man off of him and sit him on the ground?
For sure, yeah.
Let's go. Just one moment. Just one moment. And I just take my hand onto your throat and just start like running up your throat, and it's like you're probably going to vomit.
Oh, careful. You know, some people
I
pay
am
to do
not
this.
careful. I am not careful.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. These are rot grubs, one of the most deadly low-level monsters in the 5th Age of Magic. The ones that he picked up out on the dance floor are the weakest ones that, had been kind of cast out from their swarm or whatever. So opportunistically, they have burrowed into his flesh. Their saliva, much like a leech, makes it hard to detect what has happened until it is too late. Because these are the runts of their particular swarm, they have not managed to burrow to his heart, instantly killing him in a matter of seconds, but they are slowly and languidly kind of burrowing through his flesh, feeling out their new home and basically asking for directions to the heart so that they could go and kill him. If they were stronger, that is to say, if they were from an active swarm, he would be taking 1 to 4 d6 points of piercing damage per round. And then within a matter of combat rounds, they would make it to his heart and kill him. As it is, he hasn't taken any damage yet, but eventually they'll get him. The best way to get him out of there is you can do a single point of fire damage that will kill them beneath the skin, and then a point of slashing damage to open the skin and squeeze him out, or you can just leave him in there, and his natural defenses will slowly, over time, absorb the dead creature that's inside his body.
You know, you just
Fun,
made me-
right?
You just made me think about a question for 5e that I've never really had to think about.
Mhm.
Right, so you said the rock garbles were asking for directions, right? What happens when
Yeah.
what happens when a druid gets infested with like insects and shit? Do they just hear them like all
Oh
the
my
time?
god. Yeah, I mean, I guess the question here is not so much a druid, but a creature with bee speech constantly, or a druid that has gained that ability. Yeah.
I was
Yeah, like
gonna say, do I
Brian or
just
like
hear?
Anna and Prime, like oof.
So in my other game, the warlock has bee speech, and they have over the course of the campaign become vegetarians. Yeah, because they can hear people are fishing on the boat. They pull the fish out of the water, and and Anna just hears help, help, drowning, help, help, scared, help, help, please, help, help, help. Yeah.
And then
So
silence.
yeah.
I'm assuming I am just hearing muffled.
Yeah.
Conversations from Guy.
You put your adorable large ear against the flesh, and you hear. Now, where's the heart?
Okay.
It's gotta be around here somewhere.
I've
think
got
I'm-
Guy like
Is this the butt or the calf?
I've got Guy like bent over, and I'm like got my hands on his throat,
You're paying
and
for
I'm
this.
like, and like his mouth, I've like pulled it open, and I've like pulled one of these little things out just so I can like tell what they are, and I drop it and like, oops, 2 left feet, and, like squish it, and then like look at the other ones crawling in him, and I just go, oh, Guy, you've forgotten to take your supplementary medicine this morning. Just one moment.
How old is
and
the
I
guy?
just put my hand like halfway down his throat,
Oh, no.
and
God,
just
you're really paying for this.
just some gentle produce flame, just some
Oh.
gentle scorching.
Okay. Give me the produce flame attack roll here.
Can I make it as like? I don't know if I can make it weaker. Can I make it a small flame?
Let's see. Give me a caster check then. This will just be a
Okay.
wisdom check. All right.
A wisdom check. Okay.
Channel the multiverse. You only get the leeches, or
Oh, very nice. Okay.
Oh my God.
Guy, it's like you had some very spicy food. You do take a point of fire damage on the inside. And then Layla, there's still the bigger one that is burrowing under the flesh of his thigh. So it'd be another point of fire damage and a point of slashing damage, and then he's good to go. 3 damage total from a combat. Not bad, guy.
While that's going on, Jert is actually rigging up on his backpack like a bit of from an extra shirt, like a cloth, and making a little pouch with a collapsible hood.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's gonna walk over to Bartholomew.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so when we travel, until we find a better place for you, when the day comes out, you can put this hood over your head.
But where will I go sleepy?
For now, it'll have to be on my back, but actually we have a place we can go that we'll be going to shortly after here, where I think we might be able to procure a larger space for you.
Ah, is it full of soft-skinned mortals who are in desperate need of entertainment?
The
That
town
sounds
will
like a
be.
tavern.
Yeah.
I'm very excited about this.
Mm-hmm.
All
We'll
right.
just be playing music together. But first, and then he puts the backpack on. Care to hop in?
Let me just say goodbye to the crew.
And you hear the squelching, slithering sound of whatever he is begin making his way around. And like the best producer, any of you that did any theater work, just the best director producer. He just knows everybody's name. They're actually just names he made up for people. He shake their hands with his Aviso hand. Give him, comforting words, and he goes. He just says goodbye to his troop.
So, guys, probably I imagine gagging a little bit at this point. Since I've removed
Guy,
my
what is
hand
your response
and
to
he,
all of this? How you
incinerated
feeling?
inside a little bit, and then I'm just like, have just moved my way. Didn't even ask. I've just moved my way down to his leg, pulled out like a little kitchen knife, and I'm just like, well, I've got to cut this open. Hope you're ready.
We have medicine kits. We probably have a scalpel we could use.
What?
All right, here's the one that was in his thigh.
Oh no!
Also,
What the fuck?
Since that since he's crawled out, and I'm just like, hope you're ready, and I'm just like, I mean, I'll just do it. But it's like, so while he's shaking hands and doing his best producer life, I'll just blatantly ask one here. So are we just going to put a bag over his head, take him to a river, and drown him?
I don't think he breathes. How did that thing get in my leg? I didn't feel a damn thing. I'm more impressed by it than anything.
Some things have.
Well, now that you know about it, it's generally what your personal reaction to pain is. For example, as a child of the 80s and 90s that was allowed to play outside a lot, I had many instances with leeches, and you don't feel them at all. But as soon as you see that you got leeches on you, the little SpongeBob's in your brain hit the panic button.
Yeah.
And you suddenly can quote unquote feel them, even though you still can't feel them because of the the numbing that their saliva causes. So I don't know, Guy, are you just like medicinal about this? Like, oof, that's gross, or like, what would be your response?
Guy is putting on a brave face, but his eyes, as owl-like as they are dilated. He's like
holding Guy's hand and patting it, and he's probably like crushing it in my hand.
Yeah. This thing is just squealing, just like, and
Oh god.
Orion, it's saying, well, this isn't the heart. Oh, jeez. All right, and you kill it.
I'm like carving around it, pulling its head out.
Oh god, yeah, it's hideous.
No.
All right,
guys, what are we gonna do if we can't control this thing's dispensing of worms?
And that's why my thought line is maybe we just put him in that nice little bag, take him to a river.
Or an incinerator.
You hear the squelching of his movements and the rattling of his bones.
That's a great idea. Let's take him to an incinerator.
Off and pick him up in the back.
Oh, okay.
He said, well, I have put everybody to rest. Won't be any more problems from me, not here.
Very good of you, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna insight that.
All right. Well, he literally just said not here, so
yeah,
more than likely he intends.
Specific.
Yeah, he intends mischief elsewhere. But mischief may be on your behalf.
I mean, yeah, we can at least we have him with us so we can control it, and if he gets out of line, we'll just throw him in the sun.
Well, I mean, also it's like a huge deterrent, right? Who's gonna fuck with the claws of the veil? Do you want to get wormed? Like,
yeah,
yeah,
worms of the veil.
And honestly, like we just get the ability to summon an army, kinda.
If we're fine with an undead like horde.
My gray area is very big.
Claude takes Orion aside and says, I think that what is happening here is a mistake. This creature is unnatural from the realm of shadows. Malice is its core belief and motivation.
Let's keep an eye on him. I mean, Guy's very charismatic and persuasive. If he can keep this thing on its good side, maybe we won't have to do anything crazy to him.
Orion, I swore a Yeti life debt to protect you because you saved me. But I will not travel close to such a beast. such an abomination. I will come when you call upon me, but I will not travel when that is with us. This is some Baldur's Gate action right here, right? Where like your one NPC doesn't like the new NPC. I mean, he's still available. Obviously, I'm not gonna take your class feature, but he is adamant that he does not. Yeah,
I am also
natural creatures cannot abide Shadowfell creatures. Like the Shadowfell is, yeah.
Could bring a lot of unwanted attention to us as well, and the reputation we have would definitely not be shining.
Listen, I just didn't want to let Crash know that I was fine with taking this guy out, putting the hood over his head, tying it close, and just beating the shit out of him. I did.
I honestly thought you were gonna kill him with the mausoleum. But,
I am
all
great with the
time,
idea of dropping him in an incinerator or something. Honestly, truly.
I mean, we can just throw him in the sun, and that seems like it may just deal with him.
Guy, like, if we do need, like, Guy is hoping that this literal child ghost is like has some kind of good within it. But if that's not the case, I mean, at worst case scenario, Guy just wants to get him out of the graveyard, which is his source of power.
Right.
So,
maintain the ruse.
Well, I mean, those of you who have seen the creature, you if you have training in religion, you're right, Guy. With your with your fake training in religion and nature, this is a fey spirit. This is not an undead. This is not some kind of weird aberration. This is a fey creature. And therefore, alignment is not so much a thing that it understands, right? It doesn't understand good and evil. It understands what it exists to do, right? So it will do what it does and be what it is. That's kind of the defining feature of a fey creature. They are other in that way, that they don't live by any particular moral code. They do as they are meant to do. And this guy,
no pun intended.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he does he does his thing, which is he likes to make corpses dance. That is his thing.
From life.
You could kind of like trying to raise a baby monster. If you're willing to put in the work and constantly redirect, you got patience, and you could deal with the occasional outbreak of rock rubs. I mean, you might be able to make this work. But like at any relationship, you gotta be willing, to work through the hard times, the setbacks.
Guy would be. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say also, I consider the alternative is if we do betray him, right? Like that's like something he'll remember forever. I wouldn't be surprised if a giant dancing worm showed up like 10 levels later to fuck us because we did that to him.
Now there is also the caveat that some outsiders, that is to say from the inner and outer planes, when they die on the prime material plane, they will leave behind remains that are essentially the elements that they built their physical body from on the prime material, because they are so otherworldly that they could not actually exist in the world. They had to kind of go around in a shell created from the elements of the prime material. The Shadowfell and the Feywild are close enough that if you did kill him, his spirit wouldn't like go back to the Shadowfell, and plot vengeance. Like he would die. He would die here. Yeah.
We're dealing with.
But if he was a little imp or something and you killed him, who knows? Maybe like 18 levels later, he worked really hard and became a pit fiend and comes after you. I don't know. High school D&D was weird. So yeah, but I understand if you guys just want to euthanize this dude in the least combative way possible. That is completely acceptable. We don't play with alignment. Your characters will just carry how they feel about it with them, and that's that.
I feel fine about that.
I think Orion will just tell Claude that he trusts the others in their decision, and hopefully this won't come to bite us in the butt later. But if we have to dispose of it, then we'll dispose of it.
But actually, I was thinking we could take. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go on.
No, I already cut you off once. I don't want to keep doing that.
Sorry. Guy believes that anything and anyone can change, but
Hmm.
when it comes to this sort of thing, if Claude is unhappy, like that's a bigger issue. Like he's not gonna do it out of the extent that you guys will be able, like staying 5 feet away at all times, right? And if this creature is literally infecting every tavern that I play in, I'm not in for that.
Well, let's begin the long trek back to the town then.
Seeing how inadvertently you managed to procure those worms, Guy, I'm just very nervous. I'm nervous
Exactly.
about bringing this thing back to down, period. I don't know if we should necessarily even bring this into civilization.
Let's just get out of
Agreed.
the graveyard first.
The walk back to town is quite
Yeah.
long. I imagine the sun might rise before we get there.
Yeah.
Maybe in somewhere that it's not so easy to, move around.
So,
Sorry,
Bartholomew, do you? And I assume this is after we're out of the graveyard.
His little skull pops out of the hooded skull pops out of the backpack? Question mark? Is that what you have him riding around?
It's a little pouch attached to Jert's backpack he made out of a shirt and some rope, yeah.
Okay.
Do you have some friends here, or anyone that you've been with? Or you've been around?
Nope. I got lost and I wandered around the woods and then I found this lovely graveyard and I've been living here ever since.
Well, I mean, what is your word to your kind?
My word.
Deals.
Oh. Well, my word is my bond. If I can't find a way to worm my way out of it, I have to honor it.
Would you be open to making a deal with me?
I thought we had already entered into a sort of deal.
A true deal.
Oh. With capital letters.
With my real name and yours.
Oh.
You really didn't think my name was Guy, did you?
What?
The Pikachu face.
Well, I suppose. Names have power.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are you a wizard? If you're a wizard, you have to tell me.
I may not be a wizard, but I am magic. And Guy will summon a contract made out of crystalline glass.
Oh.
Just like to write on, using his reflection of creation.
I feel like things are definitely taking a dangerous turn for me.
Not for you. In fact, this is the most passive and peaceful way about this. You see, I can't having you do damage to any of the dancers, nor anyone that is a fan of us. And if we are going to make a deal together, it should be beneficial for you and beneficial for me. There are ground rules to survive on this plane.
I see. What do I have to do exactly?
If you wish to see my performances going forward, as well as the dance that is our lives, you will not be able to infect anyone unless we deem it so. Do you require to infect and to use your worms to live? Or is it something that you are just wanting to do?
I just like to do it.
Do you like performers more and dancing more and singing? Or do you like infecting more?
Well, I like to be in control.
I see. And you prefer that over the singing?
I
and the
I like all of it, but controlling the dead, it gives me a sense of power. Where I come from, I'm a small fry. All the good bodies are already sentient or claimed. Here, I have a chance to be somebody.
And
somebody important.
what of this body you're in, this skull?
Oh, this skull?
Mhm.
Well, it's very precious to me. I picked it out myself.
Is it not enough to control that?
Well, no, it's a hat.
So you would need another body.
Well, no, I have a body. It's inside these dope robes that I made myself with my butt threads.
Excellent. What say the rest of you, Claws, to a certain amount of leniency, such as perhaps we let Bartholomew have a body, like a corpse that we find?
I mean, he's hard enough to hide already. How would you hide that?
Well, if it's missing during the day and only comes out at night, and it doesn't necessarily need to be a humanoid.
Guy, my concern there is that he seems to use bodies as incubators for the worms, and that he may have control over the worms on his person, but those do not.
Is that true, Bartholomew?
Well, I mean, I could summon worms, and I use the worms to control the corpses, but when I'm not paying attention to the worms, they can just do whatever they want.
You see, that will not be able to fly. We need to make sure that you can control them. And that is why we can't have you infected. Is that possible? Because if it is, you could come and see the world with us. Have a new life here.
Because I don't know if you knew this, Bartholomew, but putting worms in people, that kills people.
Yeah, but I mean, death is the next step in the long journey of eternity.
In your realm.
Well, in all realms.
Now as we're gone. That body is not the person they were. It's a little different, I know.
That's more or less why the people who visited here.
Wait,
they were
and
upset.
people here don't want to die?
Correct.
Usually no.
Oh. This complicates things.
But that's why I want to talk to you about it.
I am curious about this world. Sometimes we can hear your world from the brighter patches within the Shadowfell. It sounds like a very happy place. Where I come from, there is not much happiness to be had.
Do you wish to see it?
I do. And I will try my best to control my powers.
All right, so now I guess we have to make a decision, because if he's willing, then we have to decide if we want this guy or Claude permanently, because I don't want to kick out Claude.
Oh,
for this
no,
little
Claude,
dog
no,
baby.
Claude's not going to leave. He's just
Well,
going to
traveling.
be
He's just-
He's just going to be judgy of you guys, and maybe roam like 50 or so feet away from all of you at all times, because
He's not mad. He's just disappointed.
Wide berth.
yeah, he won't have a lot of screen time because he doesn't want to get too close to this thing and catch worms.
Right of control doesn't feel like enough of a guarantee.
Trying your best is a good phrase, but I need something more concrete from you, Bartholomew. Such as...
How about this? I promise that if I accidentally murder someone... No, wait. I promise that if my worms lead to the murder of someone, I will leave and come back to the shadowy woods. I will leave the graveyard alone, and I will go into the dark, scary forest all alone by myself.
I'm sorry, that is not punishment enough. If you hurt someone with your worms, not just murder them, and they come from you or are controlled by you, we will have to send you back to the Shadowfell.
I kind of wanted to go back eventually anyway, so that sort of works out for me.
Win-win.
All right, you have a deal, Guy, and you may keep your true name secret. This will be a gentleman's agreement.
One bound by a promise?
Yes, I promise that if I am responsible for the death of anyone, to not fight your attempts to return me to the Shadowfell, and to help you find a way to send me back. Post haste.
And if it is easier for us to kill you, we will.
I'm assuming, assuming you guys are heading home, so we'll, switch venues, as it were. So.
Yeah, that works for me.
Cool. And he left it open-ended, so like even if he kills a bad person, if we didn't like the way he did it, we can still do it.
Yep.
Well, as a Fae, now if he kills a person, period, he's gonna want to go home.
Or anything that any worm that he creates. Yeah, if it leads.
Right. If he is responsible for the death of someone, he has agreed that he will help you find a way to send him home.
Or
I would like to state that by removing him from this place, we are responsible for anyone he kills.
Oh, 100%.
Barnabas. I believe it's in good order then, and I think perhaps we should craft something, a capsule of some kind that you can stay in during the day.
Yeah, shouldn't be too hard.
What if you made like a window in the capsule, but made it out of Meta? What if you just gave his little capsule like some sunglasses? Because then we could just take him around and he could see daytime.
Barnabas is writing this all down.
That way I could keep him on me without...
How block sun? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Now the kobolds of the Sapphire Islands off the eastern coast, they have made huge advancements in sun blocking technology. Some might say that all those efforts cost them their pack tactics, but they have found ways to adapt to living in the sun.
The rumor is that pesky morning Canaan came by.
Oh man, guys, we should probably go to there. That sounds like a cool place. It's off the coast, right? Let's get a boat. Let's get a ship. Let's get a crew.
I mean, it's a ways. Get the travel rules out. So, after you gave this big long speech about how you were going to abandon the town.
Yeah.
So Bone Dollamule will slither alongside you guys until morning.
Well, Guy is going to hold out his hands, and he's going to, for now, kind of clasp it together to grab onto nothing. And he'll twist it in two different directions, and he'll make with his Reflection of Creation, he'll use it again using a second level spell slot. He'll create a capsule that is see-through. It can be worth up to, I believe, 60 gold.
All right.
Item, so he will make it for now. Something to put it.
Oh yeah, good holdover for now. So I got to use the backpack and all that.
Yep.
Okay.
Completely see-through if possible. If that's too expensive.
He says, why didn't you just make me a wagon?
It can only be so big.
I'm not very big.
You're right. And he'll make he will like stretch it again, and wheels will begin to graft onto it.
Okay.
He'll begin to spindle and like break pieces of the air into cracks, almost like breaking a little bit of reality and just kind of piecing it together. He'll make a little wagon with the capsule on the top of it that he can sit in.
Okay, now Barnabas, what if the capsule you build him has wheels and he can control it from the inside?
All right.
We'll see what we can do.
So these are the vibes I'm picking up of what you have made.
Is this a brain in a jar? Yeah!
Oh, for some reason I can't see it.
Same.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just blank.
It's so obscene it might be blocked in your country. I don't know.
It's in the Discord. I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't see it either. It's weird.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Well,
but it's tinted so we can block out the sun.
It is what it is. I will let this be.
Barnabas is definitely rubbing his temples like, I just don't understand. I don't understand how we got here.
Just
the pious raven says to you, Layla, it says, you're lucky that the queen of the ravens doesn't know what you're doing, because this is very risky behavior.
It's a difficult place, that's for certain.
Hold still. You got one in your hair. And it eats one of the grubs that is stuck in your hair, Layla. And he says, well, at least we won't be hurting for snacks.
Actually, it's perfect. Now we also can take the raven with us, and he can just, constantly be fed. This is perfect.
Is it?
We're making a whole ecosystem.
She'll pinch at her nose really, really hard.
I will seal it
Hey,
in.
you know, Raven, was that thing trying to burrow into me?
No. It just was sort of chilling there.
Really?
Well, they're very lazy when they're not in a swarm together. So yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, that's great.
All right. Well, I am very sorry. You are dismissed.
Oh, after everything we've gone through, Layla.
Well, there's a limitation of like 4 hours anyway, so.
Call upon me again if you need me.
Oh, for the road. You'll handle the
I
rest of that sweet
probably
roll.
will. Thank you,
Oh.
and
Oh, he poofs back into reality. He grabs a sweet roll, then he poofs back out.
she'll
he
just
was
stare
useful.
at the little vial man in the jar. My vote is still what my vote was, but I will give it the 3 days that it will take for it to inevitably fuck up.
Yes, the rule of 3. Yep.
That's actually a good idea. I'm still not entirely on board, but a deal has been struck.
Wait a
Oh.
minute. You're not on board, but this is. You know what? No, this is fine.
Barnabas like gives the like 2 fingers at his eyes, fingers at him. It's like, you're on probation.
If none of us are in the mindset for this deal, why did you decide on it?
I'm sorry?
Do I take you guys back to the map? Or do you
geez.
want to stay on this road where a decision could be made?
I
Do
mean,
you
we're
have-
walking and talking.
A dark deed could be performed.
Do you have any idea how rare it is to find a spirit like this that can sing and do music?
Guy, given the
It's-
circumstances of everything that has happened, I think we're being a bit too brash in trusting this thing right off the bat.
I
I'm
don't.
just-
I don't trust it. In fact, that's why I made a deal that it can't hurt anybody.
It's a fae, guy. It's foolish to trust it to keep its word.
What do you think, Bartholomew?
From inside its protective suit, I guess that you made it. It says,
I mean, I wouldn't have agreed to it if I didn't think I could do it.
I will just look at the
I'm gonna
creature
try my best.
with like
so as he says that, Barnabas, you feel something crawling on your ear.
Oh no. Can I pull it off?
Yeah.
Is it a grub?
It buzzes away. It's just a night insect. No big deal.
Paranoid. Jeez, man.
yeah. So I just look at it.
You know
inside
when
the
you
little
get bit by
container.
one ant and then you find some ants and you think you
Yep.
took care of it, but now you're worried there's ants. That's kind of what's happening here. Yeah. Every time your clothes rub the wrong way, and anytime you feel itchy or dry skin, yeah. Fun. All right, I'll take you guys back to the map.
All right. Well,
Oh god, it's back in town.
I will try to impart the seriousness to this creature before we go back into town, and
Right.
telling it that I just want to let you know, if I find grubs trying to worm their way into our heads or anyone else's,
Into your heart.
it's not going to be a matter of sending you back to a little realm.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put you on death's door and leave you there splayed for a year if I have to.
Mm.
You better keep your word.
So you know where death lives?
Maybe I do.
I don't think you do.
He's a seer. She knows a lot.
Hmm.
She can tell the future.
Hmm.
She's an oracle.
Well, if you know where death lives, you could just take me back to the Shadowfell. Be way better than killing me.
Hey, Bartholomew,
Mm-hmm.
do we have it in our agreement that if you are found with no infecting any corpses, right?
No, we didn't cover that.
Oh God, you should have had me look over that contract.
Guy will say, well,
If I lead to the death of anyone, but once they're already dead, that's fair game.
what if we have to approve of the corpse?
Wow, it sounds like you're trying to strike a new agreement.
I am altering the
fuck it,
deal.
let's kill him.
Pray
I'm-
I don't alter it further.
Guy, it's been real, but tell you what, you guys seem pretty capable. You got me exposed out here, don't have my zombies anymore. How about this? I'm just gonna head back. I'll go live in the forest. I'll swear an oath right now, binding me to those woods. And I won't cause no trouble for the graveyard or wherever you guys are from again.
You really just can't leave the dead bodies alone.
No! Guy,
Really?
could you stop singing and performing?
If I had to, I'm already famous.
You would choose to never perform again.
If it meant that I could travel the world and to see a new land, perhaps.
Oof, oof. Good argument. Good argument. All right, give me another persuasion check. This is the last one. This will decide if he wants to leave and will fight for his freedom, or if he decides to put his musical career on hold and travel the world.
Do I have help from Layla with that inspiring speech?
Layla, you could give
No,
me
because
the tip.
I want him to decide. No, because I want him to decide that he can't abide, so that we can just fucking put him out of his misery. Because she does not want him around.
Consent for fanspiration.
No.
Withdrawn. I'd like to impose disadvantage.
Same.
Kidding.
She wants
Kidding.
to leave him on a sun rock to wither away.
All right, he says,
For you, Guy, and for me, I will put my musical career on hold. I will only
Withdraw.
animate the corpse of a creature you determine to be okay, and I will lock this feature behind my level 5 B team ability.
Team Nature, does that check out?
Orion looks at Claude. I know he's still not happy.
Claude says, he just harumphs at you and shows you his butthole.
Jert leans into Guy and Barnabas and them and says, if we want to be entirely strategic about it, right? It might be better to coast him to the forest, because then we could just have an army of undead to tap into to fight the Fae.
He is the Fae.
He's from the Shadowfell. He's not necessarily the same as them.
Yes, but he's agreed to aid us.
And I don't trust him.
I
wanna
don't
bring
think we're going to get anything
Undead
better.
grub to town.
I think the absolute worst thing we could do is bring this into a place with people. Or, God forbid, there's another graveyard in that town or near it.
There is.
have
There's
this
the one
capsule,
by
but-
the church.
Can I insight check Bartholomew?
You certainly can. The best thing you could probably do at this point would be just to use the pole tool. Oh
Yeah.
man, Guy. All right. Okay, Guy. It's a risk, honestly. The creature's going to try its best, but I mean, as a fake creature, its nature will almost always win over nurture. Almost always. It is still possible.
We're walking around with a biological weapon.
In a tiny little capsule.
In a tiny capsule that operates on a whim.
Here, let's throw a little poll up
Yeah.
here. Okay.
Yes,
Man.
several options. I don't know.
All right.
Can we get an indifferent option?
There's one option. It's not hard.
Guy will go with whatever the party wants, but I don't think
man,
we'll
this is
never get a
tough.
chance like this ever again.
Agreed. Hope so.
This is, I could not fathom what Guy would have as a BT member, but damn.
Damn, I don't want to take this away from you now.
I mean,
It's okay.
Me as the player think this is pretty cool, but however, my buddy is not okay with this at all.
I'd be fine with it if Claude was, but because he's actually not gonna like travel with us until.
Exactly. That's my thought.
Okay.
Oh man, for the BT hand over the town. Oh, hand it over to the town wizard. Oh, okay, I see what you're doing here.
That's something.
Part ways. Oh fuck.
I don't.
You named him
Bart.
Bart. Oh, now he has a nickname. Oh fuck.
We gave it a name.
Oh man, I can't decide. Fuck.
Oh, I think it's pretty decided there. Okay. I'll take you back over to the map.
Why, Bart?
We don't know Sir
Dude,
Tyrion well
just
enough to
not-
give him that.
No,
our
if we had
nature.
talked to him
Yeah.
first, but even then, like he's been kind of just trustworthy the first time we spoke to him, right?
We haven't even spoken to him.
Aloof.
I think Barnabas wanted to talk to him.
I tried to. I went to
Yeah,
his house
and
and
he was
refused
super
me.
not okay with it. Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, fuck that guy.
After all we did for him.
I feel like the amount of questions and deal changing the guy has made Bartholomew suspicious, right? He comes from a place where everyone is relatively evil and neutral evil, no less. So they're all kind of concerned about their own business and getting ahead, that kind of thing. Backstabbing, double crossing. It's literally the Shadowfell. So I don't think that you'd be able to get the drop on him like anymore. I think when you were first inside the crypt, you guys could have just done it, curb stomped him with a surprise round. But I think for this, he is on his feelers, as it were.
But he is in a capsule. that
Yeah,
I've
drop the
sealed.
capsule. Let's beat the shit out of it.
Oh, that's true. You did put him in a capsule, so
Yeah,
I guess you
we
guys are just gonna
imprisoned him.
curb stop this glass capsule into him.
So this just becomes Office Space.
Oh my goodness! All right. I think that
Just line over here, stomp on him.
so you kind of set him down. You go have this quiet conversation. Then you come back. You surround him, and then you curb stop him to death.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. He only had about 30-ish hit points. So
I don't think he has a chance.
I
Yeah,
think we
so
just
you-
want to stress that this was not completely personal, but we just can't risk it.
Guy is
Okay.
not going to take part in killing it, simply under the thing that it's a child spirit.
okay.
And he's just gonna he's not gonna stop anybody. But I don't think
Alright.
he's needed. He's support anyways.
Okay, I need all 5 of you, because I don't think Claude. I think Claude's honestly afraid of this creature.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought he would be one to actually tear
No,
it
he
up.
doesn't want anything to do with it. Yeah, it's that unnatural. All right, I need the 5 of you to roll d20. Whoever gets the lowest, I will make 1 attack roll against you with a swarm, and see if any of these guys get up in you.
Yeah.
And that will sort of reflect the takeaway from the battle.
Would he
Uh-oh.
go for me, or do I need to roll?
Yeah, I mean, all 5 of you. Anybody that's... Oh, if you're not taking part in the curb stomp guy, then no. Yeah.
Not again.
All right. Jerks. No, Barnabas. Okay,
Yeah.
Barnabas, here comes the attack roll. It's literally +0. You should be fine, right? Everything's good.
Mm.
All
How
right.
many times I've said that to myself?
All right, here we go. Ooh, 17.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. So immediately, the worms. This is sort of the aftermath of dealing, or during the battle. He, as you're crushing him, worms are spilling out of his robes or whatever. He was beneath all those robes. Just a huge fucking grub, essentially. And he was wearing the child skull as like a little hat. But for all intents and purposes, he was a big ass grub. But when you squish him, his body bursts open, and just a swarm of rock grubs comes out. All right. So when it hits you, go ahead and give me a D4, Bartholomew.
You
mean Barnabas?
Barnabas?
Barnabas.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Okay. 4.
Oh god, so you take 4d6
Not
points of piercing damage.
That could. Oh my.
Okay, you take 16 points of piercing damage, and they have begun to burrow towards your heart. So
Great.
we're actually
Cool.
going to have to enter a time skill challenge. Hold on.
Cool.
All right, here we go. Let's see. We need the tensest music. The music that is the tensest for tense D&D activities.
I look over at Layla with a panicked, knowing expression on my face. Help! Not again.
All right, music change is probably a little loud. I'll move it down a little bit. There we go. All right. So it has begun. I will queue up 4 worms that are racing towards your heart. Will your allies be able to stop them in time? All right, here we go. And I will add all you guys to the initiative. All right. Yeah, he's done those. Yeah, he's
Did
done
the worms? Was it the worms that dealt damage to me, or was it the bone Tholomew?
It was the worms themselves.
Can I hellish rebuke them?
One of them.
May I? I will.
Yeah, for sure.
I will
Then you only have
one.
one. You only have one to deal with.
And I will do that.
All right. All right. Roll them sweet initiative dice. And then this will represent the leftover worms that could still be writhing around trying to get other people. And I will roll them into initiative as well. We're going to change this name real quick. There we go. All right, Orion. You have won the initiative. What do you do?
Okay, so it's
based on what Layla said. When they were dealing with the ones in Guy, these are healthy, active, and highly dangerous. They are going to, every time their initiative count comes up, deal another 1d6 points of damage to Bartholomew. If Bartholomew is brought to 0,
Barnabas.
Oh, sorry. That's okay. I keep seeing his name tag on my
Similar
screen.
names.
Yeah. Barnabas, if any of their attacks drop you to 0, they have essentially reached your heart, and you're donezo's.
Cool.
Getting rid of them is easy enough. You just gotta apply some fire damage to the bite wound before the end. Yeah, but before that happens. So
you said this was a skill challenge or a straight up combat?
It's a little bit of both, because you could be using skill. If you don't have access to fire damage, you could just be using medicine checks and other things to try. Yeah. But there is, of course, this swarm here that is still an active combatant. So it's a little bit of both. So you don't want to get any more worms on anyone else while also handling the worms that are on Barnabas.
Yeah, I don't have any fire damage, so I will go after the vengeful worms.
Okay.
I will look to Layla to hopefully be able to deal with the things on Barnabas.
Okay.
Okay, I got 2 ferocity. I think
now you are in control of Claude 100%. So Claude does not want to engage, but will engage if you command him to, essentially.
I don't want to put him through that. I think Orion will If I was able to use animal handling, would I be able to make that easier for others to get rid of them? Or would it make more sense really to straight up just attack them?
I would say if you want to talk to the ones that are in his skid using your beast speech and handle animals, that would be fine as a skill challenge type thing.
Okay.
Give them bad directions.
Yes. Yes. He will. Yeah, he'll do that. He'll essentially kind of yell out like, "No, follow my voice. This is where the heart is," to kind of fool them around.
Give me animal handling.
And he is also going to use that Faxpiration on this.
Okay. Well, you don't have to use it until after you roll. You might not need it. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. Keep your Faxpiration die. One of them says, "See you later, suckers!" And he explodes out of Barnabas's forearm and writhes around on the ground. And any of you could just reaction step on him if you want.
Big smush.
Yeah, and Orion, he says, "I was deceived!" And then he's smooshed. All right. Orion, who do you pass to?
He will pass to... shit.
All right, only 2 worms left in Barnabas. You're doing great.
I guess Guy? Yeah, he'll pass it to
Okay.
Guy.
All right, Guy.
Guy kind of sighs and he will kind of leap bound over here. And he's going to sleight of hand, start to get them out of wounds and where the...
Oh, okay. You're going to try to squeeze them back towards the initial entry point? That is absolutely disgusting. Give
Like
me
a
a
splinter.
sleight of hand. Yeah, like a splinter. Yeah.
I mean, I can use my forearm to deep throat Barnabas like Layla did to me, but I feel like I want to ask him permission, unlike Layla.
Literally do anything.
All right. And I can use Showman here, so...
Oh my god, yeah, all right. Everyone watch this!
Yeah. However, there are no non-combatants except for Claude.
Look,
So I'll just get a bonus.
I'm sorry.
Claude.
Your health is more important than your feelings.
Ooh, all right. So do you get
I agree with
advantage
that
because of this?
sentiment.
What's the benefit?
You get a bonus equal to the number of people in the audience.
So an audience of 1 being Claude puts you at a 13. I was hoping for a little bit higher of a number. You 16.
Alright. Yeah, it's kind of like...
I look at him very desperately.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
I succeeded at the cost.
With a look that says, "You did this."
An item you're holding is disarmed and lands up to 20 feet away. If you're not holding an item, you have disadvantage on your next attack, save, or ability roll. Okay, so you have disadvantage on your next attack, save, or ability roll. All right. Because I think Barnabas is too much. Is not an object yet because he is alive. So.
Yep.
All right.
Gotta take a step back, leaving.
All right.
There's only 1 left, right?
These guys have a reach of 0, so they do not get an opportunity attack. All right.
But he will Shard of Potential Barnabas.
Okay.
What's
Who
that
do you
do?
pass to?
It's my Bardic Inspiration.
Oh, okay.
I'm
As
gonna
a deer, I
pass
can kill them.
to Jert.
All right. You said there's still 2 on the ground here?
Well, there's a swarm on the ground here.
Oh, there's a swarm on the ground. Okay, I'm just gonna do a flurry of attacks on these guys if possible.
Could you?
Hmm?
Never mind.
I could
Could
help
you-
you, but so can
No,
Layla.
no. I was gonna say maybe hold turn and give it to Layla because they're gonna start moving as soon as you attack.
Yeah, they'll
I don't
steal.
kill them. Oh yeah, that's right. Right. The
Probably
other one
pass it to
died in
Layla
one,
then.
but it's a whole
That's what I
ass
was gonna
swarm,
say.
so I can't kill it. That's fair. I was under
Okay.
the impression that there were only 4 grubs. Okay. Well, then
So,
yeah,
Jared, what do you do?
I'll hold an action to attack the swarm when Layla does her thing.
Okay. Do you pass to Layla then?
Yep.
All right.
If I could heal myself before the shit kicks off, that'd be great.
And I'll hunter's mark the swarm.
Okay.
Okay, so, you may not have known this, but, the time, we've done quite a lot of debating off screen, thus resulting in our poll. And in that time, I kind of hashtag, and traveling from cemetery, finding grubs on me, etc., have been kind of expecting, we might end up with some grubs in us if we take this thing with us.
Mhm.
So don't worry, it's not finished, but hey, maybe it's finished enough. This medical concoction I can dump down Barnabas' throat that I've been compiling together with random herbalism shit that I've had in me.
Okay,
to
it's
induce
important
him
for me to keep to
vomit.
tell you that they're under his skin and muscles. They're not in his stomach.
Alas.
Takes a while for poison to spread through a
Alas.
body.
Alas.
Yeah,
it's kinda
and
like
there'll be other chances to pump stomachs though. Don't worry,
Yeah.
Layla.
Yeah, it's kind of like, but like the way you treat parasites in a dog is you actually poison the dog, but the parasite's body mass is so low that it only takes a small amount of poison.
Mm.
This is like mostly a skill check, right? I'm just
Yeah, you
trying
can just
to
do a
think
medicine. Yeah.
I was just trying to think of ways to make medicine make sense.
Oh,
Yeah.
medicine also covers any kind of surgery or surgical stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
literally
It's the
Okay.
whole medical profession has been boiled down into. Yeah.
Well, good news is, this thing's gonna make the worms writhe, so we'll just cut them open and pour it in the leg, right?
Oh my God. Okay.
I literally just talked to some just to pop out on their own.
Barnabas, Jesus Christ, 2 days in a row have been bad days for Barnabas.
Oh yeah, look at
Oh
that.
no.
Oh yeah.
How bad is this?
Let's find out. Okay, fatigue. This battle is more grueling than most.
Oof.
I'm gonna say that in this instance, it's more Barnabas that'll probably need to make this.
I
You've
mean,
had
yeah,
the-
I'm cutting
all right.
open his
Okay.
leg. Like,
Yeah,
that's
give
fine.
me a Constitution save.
and trying to
You
pour
got it.
stuff in it to kill the worms.
DC 12, you got it. No problem, no problem.
If you want some temp HP,
Barnabas, you're pretty confident that Layla is not a certified medical professional.
She's the best we got.
All right. You still deal. I'm gonna say the 1 damage, but
Sure.
you do not manage to take out one of the creatures.
Sure.
All right. Who do you pass
Sorry
to,
for
Layla?
my flavorful descriptions being bad.
That's great.
It's great. I'm just like, is this how they do medicine in your druid circle? Because I will never go to them for help. I will die in the woods.
So there's
Sorry,
still worms
man.
inside of Barnabas,
I'm so
right?
Sorry.
Yeah, there's 2.
But I'm gonna keep holding because she hasn't done her thing
Can I
yet.
ask?
So
They,
Yeah.
make sure her thing doesn't
they
fall
know
off.
what they're doing. Layla knows what she's doing. I do not.
All right, Barnabas, to you.
I can
That's
have.
fine.
Okay. This is fine. Everything is fine.
You can out heal him. Out heal him.
Yeah, that's my only plan right now. Unless I can Misty Step away from the worms. I don't think I can. So yeah, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself. Or potions do a lot more healing than Cure Wounds.
That's
is that
actually
correct?
super smart. Because technically they're still creatures. In a way, they're kind of grappling you, and you can Misty Step out of a grapple. So if you want to try and teleport around, they just blop blop fall to the ground. That's fucking awesome, man.
I'd love to try that.
All right, do it.
I'd be willing to waste the action economy in daily use.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
give
go for
give
it.
a chance. So I'm gonna pop over here. And do I still have worms?
You guys watch in amazement as what's the flavor of your Misty Step? Is it
I
like
turn into like a poof of smoke.
Okay. The poof of smoke and then disappears, and 2 fat grubs go blop blop into the wet grass.
Oh, thank God.
And
Oh,
then
thank God.
they quickly scurry over to rejoin the swarm.
Oh, thank
All right.
God.
Now I'm
Oh,
gonna
thank God.
swing.
All right.
Here we go.
Well, oh yeah, because you've been holding your action. Yeah, go for it.
Yep. All right.
Oh, that definitely hits.
And then they take an additional 6 from Hunter's Mark.
Nice.
Okay. Hunter's Mark is weapon damage. They take half because swarm.
Okay.
All right. And then that's a reaction. So we continue Barnabas' turn because Barnabas
Okay.
just used a bonus action.
All right. Cool. Using that ability counts as casting a spell, right? So I can't cast another spell this turn.
It could do a cantrip.
Okay. Then. But I could. I've been holding off on doing this because I find it crude and distasteful. But I have a bottle of troll's blood.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily need to heal myself. I'm just gonna back up 10 more feet, and I'm gonna mind sliver the worms.
Okay.
Not bad.
All right. They have a -5 to their intelligence save.
Cool.
All right. They take it.
And I've only used 10 feet of movement, and I want nothing to do with that, so I'm just gonna take another 3 steps back. 'Cause
Fair.
That was terrible.
All right.
Good,
They
my
will
turn.
steal, I believe. Yeah.
That's gonna be
So
rough.
All right. So the 2 on the ground are gone. They're back in the thing. All right. So Jert and Layla each give you a D20, and they're going to go after the person who rolled the lowest.
Oh, excellent. Let's see. Oof.
They're obviously scared of my
All right.
real life.
You have already used your reaction, Jert, with the held action, so no
Yeah.
opportunity as they slither into your space, and they're gonna try and bite you. It's just a raw D20. See what happens. Should be fine. There you go. They're all
That's
over your
forever.
feet and shins, but they are unable to get any purchase on you. They will pass to Layla.
Orion wipes a bead of sweat as they do not go after him.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have popped off from Barnabas and onto the ground.
Yes, and they have a minus D4 to any saving throw if you want to go at them with that.
Oh boy. Sorry. They're in my space, huh? So if I move, that's how they, because they share space when you move out of.
Right. When
that
you move
space?
out of the
Okay.
space, that will trigger a reaction.
Okay.
Now, Layla, I have a question. If you turn into like a star, does that mean you don't technically have skin? Or...
Unfortunately, that's not the descriptors of the ability.
Yeah, it's
I
cosmetic.
I get a cool ghost star behind me.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
body.
which-
It's body paint. It's body paint.
I'll probably
yeah.
go ahead and get a cool ghost star behind me and conjure up behind me the form of the archer.
Okay.
We'll bonus action, I guess, into them. I know that one's a disadvantage, but does it roll both properly? Let's see here. You had it the other day, didn't you? You were doing it? Yeah, there you go. Oh. Why isn't this set up properly? I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries.
Thought I
You
set
know what
this
your
up.
you know what your spell attack is. Just go ahead and do a D20.
Reset it up. I guess it didn't go out correctly. So 9 plus.
Oh yeah. That's gonna hit.
Okay. And then it would do the 4 plus 5 damage.
Okay. And this is radiant.
Yeah.
All right. That is going to hit.
So 9 radiant damage.
Okay.
I'll work on getting this set up again.
The swarm is halfway dispersed.
For my action, so that's my bonus action, I will draw back my arm, and it will briefly turn into like a wolf's arm as I will slash down with primal savagery.
Oh hell yeah! I love primal savagery. All right, that is gonna hit for 3 more damage.
And I'm gonna stay where I am, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't really want to invoke the attack.
Well, they're gonna steal and attack you because you're beating them up.
Understandable.
All right.
Have a nice day.
They are stealing. They're rolling their unmodified D20. Layla's got a very good defense. They got to get an 18 or higher. No problem. No problem. Look at that. You're fine.
Oh, I saw that dice roll to that 20.
Yeah.
All right. They will pass to Orion.
Cool. Oh, nice.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, he's so pissed. Oh my god.
So Orion is going to make an attack against this creature because it just already went, so it can't steal.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's actually gonna have Claude come up here and do something as well.
All right. Claude musters his courage. All right, 19.
19 for 5 damage, and then Claude is gonna run up, and he's actually gonna do violent.
Fortunately
attack.
for Claude, this creature only had 2 hit points left, and he doesn't have to do anything.
Ah.
So as he's tentatively rushing forward, his eyes kind of close shut. When he opens them to do the cool thing, the swarm is already like skittering away into the grass, to be killed by the morning light or eaten by birds. But they are no longer a threat to you, and we can end combat.
All right.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad we took care of this now. That was fucking terrible.
We just look over the broken body of Bartholomew.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to burning hands the remains.
What could have been?
Yeah.
Something much worse. Something much, much, much worse.
Oh, wait, don't completely... Do we
Oh.
need to bring back any type of evidence?
Oh, that's a good point.
Let's bring back the cloak and the skull he was wearing as a hat.
And also, the
And
graveyard won't be
that-
dancing anymore.
That really big fucking grub that you pulled out of his leg.
Let's head back to the graveyard and inspect that crypt a little closer. Maybe it took some things.
Mm.
For what it's
All right.
worth, Guy, I'm sorry your friend could not be.
He was not my friend. He was a co-worker at best.
He just, you know.
My backup dancers are plentiful.
They usually have a little
If
bit
it makes
more
you feel
legs.
better, I don't think he was right for you.
But I think we can all agree that even with his broken, squished body, without his skull helmet to hide it, he was a cutie.
Oh, Jesus.
As he burns in flames.
We just see a wisp of smoke that looks like his body just rise up into the air.
To be fair, I didn't make any deals about us just killing him.
That's true.
Alright, you're right though. Let's go check out the mausoleum and the rest of the graveyard. Make sure there's no extra worms, anything like that.
All right. So you guys are only about, I'd say, an hour outside the graveyard. Not even 45 minutes. So you turn around, head back to the graveyard. It's about 4 in the morning at this point, and you're gonna give the graveyard a once over.
The
Burn every grub.
the
put
old
everyone
Daisy
through it.
Meadows treatment.
Yeah,
Alright.
I want to make sure that like the bodies returned properly and are in their holes where they should be.
You're pretty sure the zombies all got back into the right graves, but sorting that out is kind of outside your pay grade. It would take a lot of time, and
I
yeah.
don't want to make sure they're all the right ones, just that they're all in one.
Oh yeah. There's no loose zombies.
No one's gonna be digging Grandma's corpse up to see if it's actually Grandma's corpse. Come on.
God damn. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Or if Grandma's corpse is even in there, or if it got sold on the dark web. Anyways,
Do we have any loot in here?
the dark web
Mhm.
is an underdark market where the drow. It's run by drow. Anyways, all right. So you go back to Grandma's crypt. There we go.
There is one thing for certain. I'm happy I was able to coerce it out of the graveyard and away from its horde.
It's very well played.
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah, that would have been so
Yep.
much worse with all those zombies.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Plus more worm explosions.
Yeah.
Layla, Madam Seer, do you see anything magical?
Oh, actually, when you brought up that the corpse, do we see the one of the sparrow?
Hmm?
Do we see the corpse of the?
Oh, because
sparrow?
it didn't have a grave of its own to go
that
into.
And the Ryan's thinking maybe if we can wrap that one up and bring it back to his adventuring group, it'll at least get us in their good graces.
I mean, that would make sense that it wouldn't go into its own grave. So yeah, I would say as you guys are looking around, you see sort of just sleeping on, well, not sleeping because it's it's fucking corpse. You see just on the front stoop of this grave, is Bird Zombie, still and dead.
Ryan will just speak to it, see if any worms speak back, and if not, then I guess he'll just take out his bedroll and just put the body inside of it.
So you do notice something interesting about Grandma's tomb. It is actually labeled Margot Nighthorn, who anyone with training in history would know is one of the legendary 7 Heroes of Rest. Looking about her tomb, you do see that there is basically the slab where her body was laid to rest. Her clothes that she's wearing were fine clothing. There are some gems sewn into the dress. You could probably get about 200 gold if you were to rob the dress and either restore it or get the gems off of it at least. Restoring the dress would probably make it worth about 500. Also, there is a necklace and a ring. Both of them seem to be of white gold with blue stones.
Let's not be grave robbers.
But there's no
Now-
consequences in this world.
Those of you who are trained in history, you know that the 7 Heroes of Rest each had a signature item or weapon that they used in the war, against the orcish hordes that came from the north. And again, it was the involvement of these heroes at Rest at the tail end of the war that kind of set the Empire of Rest up for success in taking over the region, because the dwarves had become too weak from fighting the orcs for so long. That the human Empire of Rest was able to kind of swing in at the last second. They sent their heroes in there, kind of stole all the credit right at the end, the whole deal.
Can I roll for more information on which one this would be?
Yeah, give me a history check. All right. Margot was a cleric of Paylor. And her special item was the Staff of Continuation, which was said to have power over life and death.
Guy will start looking around and he says, "Ah, how fitting. She was blessed by Paylor. We have that in common."
Why is she buried all the way out here and not like Drellin's Ferry?
This is an old Reston cemetery.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, the cemetery that's by the church is kind of Paylorish.
Yeah, but I mean, why would they move someone from the place that they were buried just because they built a new cemetery closer to the town?
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
So, if Guy can find it, he wants to look for it.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, there's really not much going on in here, other than the label outside, the body. It's actually a very you would think that a hero of such magnitude would have like an incredible tomb.
He'll begin to tell a story of her deeds while looking through it. And while he's kind of going over the body, interested in looking for it, he suggests that probably if anybody should grab this, it's probably somebody who just got touched by Paylor.
Now, you do know that Aislinn the Wind is said to have been buried at the top of the tallest mountain in Elsir Vale, her body watched over by her lover and former mount, Dylirian the Emptiness, a dragon of undetermined species. By contrast, way different. But Aislinn was kind of a valor bard, braggart kind of thing. Like
who would do that?
Yeah. She was definitely the ham and cheese of the Heroes of Rest deli sandwich.
Yeah.
Whereas Margot Nighthorn was the quiet, backgrounds character, maybe even a DM NPC, because nobody wanted to play a cleric back in that edition of the game.
The bard was able to seduce the dragon.
Oh,
she definitely did.
Guy is going to begin performing funeral rites via Paylor's blessing and casting ceremony.
Oh, like you were originally sent here to do.
Yeah, that's
okay.
right.
You remembered. All right.
Yeah, and he will begin speaking, and you guys would hear, when Guy sings, there is that reverberation, like a secondary voice echo. It is the priest in Drellin's Ferry's secondary voice to his. And he would, over the course of an hour and spending the powdered silver, begin shining lights, begin speaking her, rejuvenating her rites, her funeral rites as a cleric of Pelor, and searching for anything that could help us with, war, because these people are what ended one, or at least took the credit for ending one.
Okay. Again, with your guys' passive investigations, you can give me one for the whole group. So the best person with investigation is probably still Layla, it looks like. Or do you have observant feat? Is that why that's so high?
No, I don't have a great investigation. I have a good perception.
No, Barnabas, you have the best investigation. Yeah.
That checks out.
Great perception. Terrible investigation.
Okay. So Barnabas, if you want to roll with advantage, you'll say that you kind of look around for any kind of clues.
Can I short? Right. Can I short a potential him for that roll, or is it?
I mean, he smoked it. So with all of you working together, Barnabas, you don't find anything in here. No secret panels, no passages to an underground tomb or anything. But it does occur to you that if she was such a famous and devout follower of Pelor, maybe Brother Durney would know more.
Yes.
You are confident, as if you rolled a natural 20 plus 6, that wherever the staff of continuation is, it ain't here.
We'll fill them in on that.
Okay.
And I bet we're going to go see Father Durney pretty soon, so...
I can say your assessment is probably right. It is a bit of a mundane tomb for such a group that kind of grandstand themselves at the end.
Yes, and this is a holy relic of Pelor. They're going to put this somewhere where it's safe and probably...
Well, I just meant her body itself. It's, with everything you've said about their history, you'd think they'd all want... I don't know.
Pelor is that self-sacrificing, self-aggrandizing to the point that you would want something more mundane. It makes sense.
I guess. The whole moving the body thing is a little weird, but maybe it was political or something. Or they're just trying to confuse people about where this item is.
Well, they definitely
either falling into the wrong place.
Passed down this staff because this is the original tomb that she had. This is from Restalor.
I believe this is her. This is a lot of money in here, and not saying we should take it, but I believe this is her. There's enough money in this tomb to feed the village for a year.
The dead is the dead. They don't need it, but also we'd anger the priest that we're trying to do this for by taking it.
I think if he understands our circumstances, we bring it to him, and if he disagrees, we take it back. Wink.
Yeah, I mean, I could refurbish this dress, and we could give it to him as a token, maybe. I don't know.
Bring it to him, say the tomb was broken into, and tell him he's welcome to restore it. Do whatever he wishes with it.
But if he lets us keep it, that would be very beneficial, because, adventuring is expensive.
Well, if he could make some... If we could donate it in return for some supplies, that wouldn't be bad either.
That's
going to be needing a lot of antitoxins soon.
Very good point. And we still have a rum gremlin bladder. I can make us one pretty cheap.
But it would get us in good favor. I mean, it doesn't have to be that particular item.
Yeah, but you're very right. That is probably the biggest thing that we need right now.
Have them give us something, holy water, whatever else, in favor, as a favor in return. Let them keep this relic of the person, that way it's not just sitting here, because if we don't take it, this tomb is just kind of open to the public. Someone no doubt will.
Agreed. And if we need holy water, I can always make it.
Oh, that's right. Well, just whatever you want to ask them for. Just, I don't think we should ask for money. We should just try to put it in the sense of maybe they can owe us a favor.
A lot of this
It'd be good to
this
have the church on our side.
Yeah, I mean, this dress would belong in a museum if it was properly restored.
I mean, if it's a prophetic cleric, it's not too out of the realm of possibility that there's a prophecy laden in her bones that certain heroes known as the Claws of the Veil would eventually inherit the staff over life and death, huh? To save the Elsir Vale.
Well, such items are usually lost to be found, so. I'm just glad this is put to rest and done. I wish spirits could change more than they could. I wish you could have been right, Guy, but just. So we're back here and we're getting this now. I think that's kind of an indication that the course we've made is the right one.
He will wipe his hands as though it's chalk, but it's instead powdered silver, clap them together, and close the door after the rites have been finished. Jarrett, I don't mean to entomb you in there.
Oh, I think it's fine. I'll take a nap in here.
All right. Let's head back to Drellin's Ferry. I believe we have a few meetings to take care of, and we can always speak to our friend.
Before we leave this graveyard, worm check. Just like tick check.
You guys did a full round of the place. I mean, there are going to be worms. It is, a wet Florida-esque night / morning. I mean, there's going to be bugs out.
I meant more on our personal bodies, like inside.
Yeah. So, off camera, you guys all strip down. You do a tick check, essentially. All the armpits, everything. Make sure you guys are good to go. Good to go.
Cool.
All right. It's the kind of stuff like using the bathroom that they don't ever talk about, but obviously it would be something that these adventurers would do because trust me, if I was in this situation, I would not be going anywhere until people gave me 100% assurance that I had no rot grubs anywhere on my person.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't need to strip down. Orion can just listen to our hearts.
Oh, yeah.
That's true. Yeah, he just.
Machine. Man, these directions are just so confusing.
True rangers listen to the wild in the hearts. How beautiful.
Who put an off ramp here?
All right. I think we're dipping.
All right.
Let's go back to town.
Use a GPS.
So I will take you guys for reals back to the map of the region.
Fantastic. The whole walk back, Barnabas is like chain smoking, having another brush with death. He's just like rattled.
You want another piggyback, Ryan?
I'd like that very much, please. There are no worms in there.
And
there's no worms in there, right? You let him be in your backpack for a bit.
Correct. I burned the shit.
Okay.
Yeah, and he'll hang out with you and just try to help you like de-stress.
Yeah, I scooch into the backpack. I'm like, this is my safe space.
All right. So you guys head back to the town. Another long ass night. With all the shit you did in the graveyard, by the time you make it back, it is most assuredly going to be dawn. And the town is just waking up. They perform the number from Beauty and the Beast, nice provincial town. Baker, eggs, all that kind of stuff. As you return to the town, we are approaching the end, but it could be a more interesting place to end on if you wanted to go turn in the Brother Durney quest. Dude gets up early. He's a religious guy.
Yeah.
Paylor, you got to be up before the sun rises. You know what I'm saying?
You got to see Paylor crest upon the horizon.
For sure. Yeah, and every morning, one tear down his grizzled cheek, because it's beautiful every day, every time.
Every morning is a miracle.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Well said. Well said.
Birth of every day.
Less beautiful. All right. So, all right. Over here in Drellin's Ferry, you guys approach a Brother Durney. Okay. He sees you guys approach, and he says, The morning lord shines down on each of us. What brings you to the church so early?
The rites have been made. Pelor now shines on the graveyard. All of the wickedness brought forth by the Shadowfell have been excised.
The Shadowfell, you say? What horror? Who brought such a thing into the world? Was it actually shadows?
I think we still have the grubs.
Yeah, we have like the proof, and this would be the guy would gesture back to whoever has it.
Grubs. There's a little baby skull hat, a robe.
Okay. He's gonna make a knowledge check. Oh damn, brother Dirty. Okay. Nice. Jarrett has flubbed like every check. That for to be like, yeah, I know about this monster. Yeah, sure. This dude, he goes, oh, a worm fiddler. Normally, creatures like that have to be summoned or allowed through into the prime material if the consecrated site is not receiving its due respect. But I know the people of the town frequently make visitations to the graveyard. There's no reason that this creature should have been able to get through.
You're right. Much like I did, he slipped through on his own.
Seems like a lot of things are slipping through from all over.
Well, slipping through the Feywild was one thing, but the Shadowfell, a completely different realm, but in a way very similar. Our world rests in the middle of all things, the center of the entire universe.
I guess this is what it's like when worlds collide.
Yeah, just get real big. We're the center of the fucking multiverse.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's a religious guy, you know what I'm saying? So, in the shadowy parts of the world, there is a shadowy reflection of our reality. That is the Shadowfell. In the brighter and more vibrant, not necessarily kinder and safer parts of the world, there is the reflection that is the Feywild.
Reflection?
Yes. Both worlds mirror, in many ways, the world in which we live, but they are taken to the extreme. In the case of the Shadowfell, extreme evil, and in the case of the Feywild, extreme chaos.
How can you tell the difference in a mirror if it's just a reflection of you?
Oh, well, for example, Pelor has no love for the Shadowfell, and they no love for him. I imagine if you went to where we're standing right now, in the Shadowfell, you would find a desecrated, burnt out, destroyed piece of rubble. You would find a place so hideous and so vile as to make your blood boil with outrage that such a thing could possibly exist. But within the Feywild, perhaps on this very site, there is an outdoor shrine dedicated to the Summer Court or the Shining Sun.
And what if you heard singing by chance?
Singing?
Yes.
Well, creatures of all persuasions enjoy song. The Fey, more than any others, are followed closely by Celestials, and then probably a mix of... You know what? Everybody's pretty much into music, guy, but I would certainly say that Fey creatures more than others.
Right.
And you were able to perform the ceremony without any issues, then?
Yes. No, the ceremony went great.
Well, that's fantastic. I was a bit concerned, you see. One of the ancient heroes of rest is buried in that cemetery. It's a well-kept secret, though. And you think about the fact that the name was just written. In defense, it wasn't written outside the tomb.
It was on the inside.
It was on the inside. It was on the inside.
Is it Morgan or Margaret?
It's Margot.
Margot, thank you. That was like, there's a T.
Nope, it's Margot Nighthorn.
Yes, actually, the creature had taken up residence within Margot's tomb. I fulfilled the rites. Luckily, the staff was not within, but I assure you...
he cocks an eyebrow. The staff, you say?
Yes, it will be most needed quite soon.
I see that you're a student of history. You followed closely the tale of the 7 heroes?
Why, of course. Everyone knows what lies upon the tallest peak and what's guarding over it.
Well, and then he does that thing where like somebody's like, "I like Dungeons and Dragons," and then someone's like, "Oh yeah, what's your favorite character build?" So he kind of looks at you and he says, "Oh well, which of the 7 heroes was your favorite, Guy?" Then Guy, I'm not going to leave you hanging. I'm going to send you over the 7 heroes real quick.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm about to say, I'm gonna make a history check and ruin the mood of this.
Yeah.
Entire,
Hold on.
yeah.
But then I will also send this to Barnabas because he is a well-studied individual as well.
Cool.
And then the 2 of you can disseminate this information to everyone else.
You'll say, you know, I must say, despite everything, you would expect it to be Aislinn the Wind, and, of course, Dilrinian the Emptiness. But, you see, brother, I think Margot has to be the favorite. I mean, a follower of Paylor. Wasn't ever in the spotlight, but still shone like the glazing sunrise. I know that if she knew someone like you was tending to our world, keeping it safe, she would rest easy, as she is now.
Dang. All right. Give me a deception or a persuasion, depending on whether or not this is actually how Guy feels or if Guy is saying what he feels Brother Denny wants to hear.
Yeah. I was
Oh, no. Okay.
He rolled that fat deception. There's
All
no
right.
way.
Brother Durney.
Oh no, that's that one.
So he says, so Aislinn of the Wind then.
Inspiration.
Before the roll, you got to announce before the roll.
I'm sorry.
Brother Durney says, it's all right. You don't have to always say what other people want to hear, Guy. You can just be yourself sometimes.
That's what I told him.
Well, listen, the staff of continuation is extremely important.
And honestly, to be honest, Margot wasn't my favorite. And you see him blush like super hard.
I mean, Bradley Flameheart, what a heartthrob.
Oh no, I was actually thinking about the shining servant Tredora Goldenbrow.
Oh my.
You
guys recognize that name? That is the High Priestess of Bahamut, who is still alive, and lives in Brindle. She is an immortal Asamar.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Well, given everything, and I appreciate you not having me lie, the staff of continuation, then, it is most required. There is what we assume to be soon a harder attack, and we must deal with the creatures that are spilling forth from both Shadow and Fae.
Well, the origins of the staff are well-kept secrets. I could inquire some of the other townships. I can certainly pray to Paylor for guidance, and perhaps if I find any information, I can pass it along to you heroes. You've certainly done good work, but I fear that should the weapons be found, it will usher in an age of chaos. For it is foretold that the weapons of the 7 heroes will remain hidden away and dormant and only resurface when the land is in peril.
Chaos is already here, Brother Denny, as Barnabas was going to say. Kind of gestures.
And Barnabas, you don't have to wait across the street. Come on, come here.
Are you sure it's okay? Can I smoke in your church?
Sure.
Thank you.
Fucking explodes.
Yeah.
Got me.
Actually, after your incident with the scarecrows, when you cross the threshold, you don't feel any burning sensation at all from the ring. And he says, well, I tried to look on the bright side of things. Sure, we're having some issues, but To say that the realm is imperiled to such a degree that the prophesized weapons of an age past are needed, that's quite a jump.
Perhaps not yet.
Well, you must be tired from journeying all night, and from what I understand, you'll be meeting with the rest of myself and the rest of the council this evening.
Correct. And if you could help, and guy like pulls up his like thigh, like his pant, like and to show like the massive cut wound, and like gestures to Barnabas says, "We had a bit of a run-in. Anything you can do to help with the pain? Oh, it's bad.
It's bad, is it? The spells ungiven by Paylor to help the helpless. Surely the blood of heroes could patch you up nicely when you take a rest."
Oh, do you have some blood of heroes?
No, Guy, you and your friends obviously possess the blood of heroes. How else do you think you've bounced back from all these near fatal encounters?
Heroes.
We had some things crawling around in the blood of heroes. It wasn't great.
I mean, he looks at all of you and he says, as one former adventurer to another, get some sleep. I'm sure you'll feel fine. The needs of the town come before the needs of the few.
Yeah, you want this? And he'll hand you one of his healing salves.
Rub it on the bug bites.
The bug bites is a nice way to put
Gaping holes.
Yeah, gaping holes in your flesh. All right. But mechanically, yeah, I mean, obviously you guys have the blood of heroes. How else would you recover so quickly? In the second age of magic, for example, you only healed 1 hit point per day. Like,
Oof.
how else to explain your incredible regenerative properties? All right. Now, a more academic scientific theory is if troll's blood is a common ingredient in healing potions and adventurers slam that shit like I slam monsters, you basically have regenerative properties as part of your like professional like a side effect of your profession. Which is true, the blood of heroes or too much troll's blood? I don't know. Either way, the whole day goes out before you. You will not have been awake for 24 hours until 7 p.m. So you could just keep going hard and strong all day, go to the meeting, and then crash after the meeting, rather than well, I guess you can't take a long rest yet. Anyways, you could take a short rest or whatever and get some business taken care of in town.
Reset our body clocks.
Yeah, we are at time from now. So with all of that sorted out, you will meet with the council. Find out what they plan to do with the information that you have given them, and then I guess we're gonna take it from there. Outstanding quest-wise, there's a couple of things that have not been attended to yet, but I'm sure the council will have pressing business for you that will supersede any side quests.
I think this is all the stuff that I have on our log so far. And the question marks are reward, because we never ask for a reward when we're given these things.
Oh, fair enough.
Speaking
All
of
right.
which, Brother Durney didn't give us any, did he? Oh, we forgot to tell him about,
Yeah, we have a quote-unquote reward to collect for the graveyard and from Jarrett for the farmhands, but we never really talked about what we're actually getting paid, if anything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I do have what Brother Durney was going to give you. So each of you receives a basic bitch healing potion, and the group gets a scroll of lesser restoration.
Radical.
Yeah, I don't know if any of you can cast it, but you have one.
I can.
Now. All right, there you go.
And if you cast it on me, I can cast it.
And the best thing about scrolls that have like expensive spells is that the expense of the spell is part of the making of the scroll.
Luckily, lesser restoration doesn't have any components, I believe.
I mean, do you?
Oh, right, but if you had like a scroll of Revivify
Right,
or something like that, yeah, it would actually be, the cost would have been built into the initial scroll.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does not sound like we're going out of town today again, right? So, it's like what, town meeting and like rest late tonight kind of deal.
Anonymous.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, pretty much.
All right. So, announcements.
Oh, sorry. One quick
yeah.
thing.
Oh, sure.
Orion and Claude would have dropped the body bedroll that contained the body of the sparrow. Orion also would have asked if they were still in town.
Oh shit.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
he wrapped it up and brought it with him.
Okay. Yeah. So, Brother Durney agrees to take the body. They will clean and purify the body and reach out to the I guess next of kin or the rest of the adventuring party and see if they are still in the area or reachable. Otherwise, they will inter the body in one of the basement crypts that they have. Not actually put it in the graveyard, but kind of, if they come back for it kind of thing, the body will be cared for.
Cool. All right, that was
All right.
it.
All right, sweet. Okay. On that note, let's see what's going on with the server. I don't know. It's May. I'm really busy. I'm really tired, so I don't know what's going on. Yep, that's where I'm at. So just keep an eye on the server, I guess, for game listings and stuff.
And I think our next session is in 2 weeks.
Correct, because we take the 4th Saturday off.
Yep.
All right. So we got 2 weeks to chill and ruminate, and then when we come back, you will have your meeting with the council, and more than likely, they will have very important things for you to do. ? And more than likely, you will be disgusted by how small-town government tries to hide the truth from the people for their own good.
That's okay.
So-
I'm the media.
Yep.
Wait,
Yeah.
question. Where do we find the hit dice healing potions?
Oh, I don't
Our
think anyone's
sheets.
made
Okay.
a
Just
version 9
roll.
script for that yet.
Gotcha.
You could
Just
definitely
roll
ask on
them
the
out.
server. Yeah.
No
I
problem.
just took a regular one, just edited it.
Sounds good. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
that's
When
good
I'm
idea.
when I'm
Good
a player,
idea.
I just edit, for my own character kind of thing. But we
Oh
had
man, look
we
how
had
easy that was. Ugh.
yeah, we had for a little while a script that would go and grab the value of your hit die, but then it would also get confused if you were a multi-class character. And
Gotcha.
yeah.
All right. Well, edited already. So that was easy.
All right, there you go. So yeah,
Sometimes you just look for
it's-
those hard solutions and the easy ones right in front of your face.
Sometimes it's easier to dig the ditch than to build a robot that will dig the ditch for you.
Don't let the
I mean-
technology take over.
Yeah.
You still have control.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go. I got a bunch of stuff to do today. But it's been fun. Look for games on the server because there are games that are opening up. Summer's coming, so I think there's gonna be some games for that. And no spoilers, but my Monday Odyssey game is in the end game, the Avengers end game, as it were. So if you want to see some higher level crazy shenanigans, you certainly can. But no comments at all. And that is that. All right. Talk to you guys later.
Thanks for
All right,
running.
see ya.
Alright,
Good game.
later.
Have a good weekend.